The Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historical shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area. We recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its land and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda, please? Councillor Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that the December 11th, 2025 meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof today? Seeing none. I would just like to welcome Liz, Mayor Liz Danielson. She's on the screen, as you can see. Liz, staff and council wish you all the best in your recovery from your surgery. And I'm so delighted that you can join us today, even if you will not be chairing. It's great to have your participation. So good to see you.
Thanks very much.
Now we've got we have a small amendment to the minutes. I wonder if you would kindly take us through that before I ask for an approver.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Council. It is just noted on December 20th regular meeting minutes that were circulated under item 4, the section of disclosure of pecuniary interests and general nature thereof. No comments were added. And so if council is supportive of an amended approval, staff would like to add a comment that just says there were no disclosures of pecuniary other interests declared.
With that in mind, could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes as amended? Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that that council approves the regular meeting minutes as amended and the public meeting minutes from November 20th, 2025 and the special meeting minutes from November 27th, 2025 as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So we are now going into a public meeting. Could I have a mover and a seconder to proceed into public? Councillors Richard and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be resolved that council adjourns its regular meeting at 10:02 a.m. in order to proceed into a public meeting for the purpose of zoning bylaw amendment application AH-ZBA 00625, part of Lot 8, Concession 5, Geographic Township of Stanhope, Gilmore.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Mr. O'Callaghan, welcome.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor and Council.
Take it away.
Thank you. The lands are currently zoned rural and environmental protection and are designated rural under the official plan. The property is approximately 26.6 acres in area with 224.58 meters of frontage on Buckslide Road. Surrounding uses are generally rural and rural residential. This property is subject to an application for consent being file number H-024 and 025 of 2025, which is to sever two 2-acre lots. The purpose and effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone those portions of land to be severed from rural to rural residential in order to fulfill a condition of the applications for consent. Notice of the rezoning was posted on the property, circulated to all property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands, posted on the township website, and circulated to all prescribed agencies. No written objections have been received to date, and staff are recommending approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment as circulated.
Thanks very much. Any questions of Mr. O'Callaghan at this stage? And is there anyone in the audience or online wishing to speak to this application, either for or against? No one online? All right, thank you very much. That's great. So if there are no further questions, let's head out of of the public meeting. Could I have a mover and a seconder to resume regular council? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that the public meeting be adjourned at 10:04 a.m. and regular session resume.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. And you have a resolution with regards to that application, yes?
I do, yeah.
Okay.
Would you like a mover and seconder, or do you want to, would you like me to read it?
If you could read it so we know what we're doing, that'd be
Yeah,
great.
absolutely. Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of report PL 12925 regarding the rezoning of lands located at part of Lot 8, Concession 5, Geographic Township of Stanhope, Gilmore, submitted by Shauna Callahan, dated December 11, 2025, and that council directs a bylaw be tabled for consideration.
Could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillors Barry and Shortreed, thank you. All in favor? That's carried. Thanks. We had no delegations today, so we shall head into Parks, Recreation and Trails and invite Mr. Card to join us. Thanks, Chris. Good to see you. And I believe you have some preliminary thoughts and a couple of introductions to make for us.
Yeah, sorry, are we going to go right into the consulting or the monthly?
Yeah, I think we'll start our conversation about parking right away. Yeah.
Okay, great,
Yeah.
fantastic. So it's very much my pleasure to introduce the members from BA Group, Stuart Anderson, Michael Gianardo. They're joining us today to be able to assist with leading us through a discussion on a parking engagement and strategy planning. So welcome them up to the table.
Great. Well, a very warm welcome to you both. It's great to see you here. It's great that you've been able to drive up on this beautiful day. I'm sure the drive was absolutely lovely to our lovely little corner of the world. If I might say on behalf of council and staff, we are really looking forward to this conversation. Parking is an important consideration in every community, and certainly in Algonquin Highlands. Our population has grown, tourism has grown exponentially in the area, and we want to be sure that everyone knows they are welcome and there is space for them, and that things are offered fairly to residents and non-residents. And so this is a really important conversation to have, and it's great to have experts at the helm to guide us through it. So a very warm welcome to you both. And I'll leave you to facilitate. I would only note, as you'll get used to it, but there are some speakers who are behind you, and hopefully you can see them on your screen as well. Our staff is sitting behind you, and our mayor, Liz Danielson, is also on the screen, and she will be chipping in at her leisure whenever she would like. She'll be chipping in, and everyone else will be raising their hand, and I'll leave it to you to facilitate who speaks in what order. Great. So
Great.
over to you, and thanks again.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's a pleasure for us to be here today too. I just on a personal note, I've been to this area a number of times and stayed in various cottages on various lakes, so I have some passing familiarity with the area. Obviously, not as much as the people here today in this room. So that's the main reason we're here today. So I just wanted to step through first and introduce ourselves. Chris already introduced us, but just a quick. Sorry, if we can, sorry, will you connect? You were, sorry. Okay. Just a quick thing on the agenda. So I think we're in your hands today, and we've heard from Chris and staff and from the deputy mayor this morning about how much interest there is in talking about dealing with parking in this area. So we're in your hands as to how much time you want to take. I've got nowhere else to be today. This is just an indication of some of the time allotments we think are kind of about the right amount to have these discussions. But I think the big part of it is sort of the third item. The first two are sort of introductory. The third one is really want to hear from the councillors in particular about the issues in your wards. what people are phoning you about, what emailing you about, and what the hot button issues are. And then we want to sort of talk through how we can identify what priorities there are for the township, and then get into what possible options there might be. So I will say we haven't done the work yet. We're at the beginning. This is to sort of map out what we're going to do, and then we're coming back in a meeting in January, and then I think in March for the final one. So we've got ground to cover after today. This today for us gives us the direction of where you want to go, and where there is most value in us sort of looking at particular things that help.
Yeah, and if I might chip on this, I neglected to say earlier, but indeed on timing, there isn't a time estimate there. But if there's energy in the room to take it more time to go over by double, I don't want to truncate this really important conversation just to stick to a timeline. So I think we'll go until there's a natural pause in the conversation. Yeah.
Yes, and there, depending where it falls, we may or may not run into or over the lunch break, which I understand is 1 o'clock. So again, will be in your hands how much you want to talk about it. And we love to talk about parking because we're transportation nerds. So we won't be the ones shutting down the conversation anyway, is what I want to say. So if we could just flip to the next slide, just really quickly, just about us. So we're, this is just a part of the project because we're working with township staff, spearheaded by Chris, but also Adam, Angie, Brian, and Sean. We've met with them already, I guess a couple of months ago, just to get our feet wet on the study. Just about me. So Michael and I'll let Michael introduce himself and his interests, but I'm an engineer by training. I work for a consulting company in Toronto, BA Consulting Group. There's about 100 people we have who do all kinds of transportation related things, and parking for me is a particular focus and has been over, I've been in this area for 35 years. So done a few parking studies in various places in the world, starting off in New Zealand, where I'm originally from, and in Greater Toronto area, various cities, Kingston, Ottawa, Kitchener, London. But I will say this is one of the smaller ones I've worked on. So I know from having watched the council meetings earlier on, when in the process of setting up this study, there's some concerns about how, sort of lessons from big cities might be applicable to smaller cities. I think from our point of view, issues related to parking are often the same issue, different place. So there's a lot of the same concerns. I think we've got a lot to bring to that to the table with all our experiences on that. So Michael, just quickly from you as well, your background and interest.
And if you would just hit your microphone, is it on?
Silver.
Yep, there we go. Thank you. So Michael Giulianardo, I'm from BA Group, as Stuart mentioned. I'm a urban planner by way of training. But again, similarly, parking is a significant interest of mine. Internal to BA Group, there's kind of a group of 5 or 6 of us that do a lot of municipal parking studies, and we're both on that team. The range of experiences that we have are, there are some smaller municipalities. I personally did one about a year ago in southwestern Ontario. But the like Stuart said, a lot of the issues kind of carry over, and I understand in this particular case, there are issues of, public ownership versus, private ownership and things like that. These are the types of things that I think we'll want to delve into today.
Okay. So starting off, and again, this is just us talking. We'll get into more, interactive stuff shortly, but this is sort of what, to distill it down to sort of one slide, is what we're doing here today, or why I think we're here today. And I might be wrong, but it was in the strategic plan, I think it was, for the township a couple of years ago or last year, that parking was part of one of the key things that the township wanted to take on. So I think it's to answer, for us at least, is to answer some of these key questions, and they're kind of the who, what, where, when, how kind of questions. And so these are the sort of the big one. The big 3 for me up here are in terms of thinking about a parking philosophy are how should parking be treated in the township? That is sort of, is it, you know, things like, is it paid? Is it not paid? Is it for residents? Is there different systems for visitors and residents, et cetera? So within that, it's sort of what kinds of tools, and there are many you can use to achieve the objectives. So planning being one that, you know, again, Michael's been involved on a bunch of those for municipalities. So zoning bylaws and that kind of stuff, as well as parking and traffic bylaws. And also, so who should be in charge of this sort of, or who should be responsible? So should parking fall upon the private landowners, or is there more of a communal responsibility in terms of providing, managing, operating parking? So some cities and municipalities have their own lots that they manage the use of, and some are pulled back from that a bit more and just have the landowners deal with it.
And use the zoning bylaw as a mechanism for that.
Yes, exactly. So those are kind of I think the big questions, and we'll get to the discussion on those when we get through, I think, what the issues are in a few minutes. So we could skip. So yeah, just again, this is going to get into a bit of our understanding, and I'm just conscious that we don't sort of double. We want to have the councilors roundtable on issues, and I had put that later on in the presentation. I'm open to flipping that around if everyone's got things they want to talk about right now. What I wanted to get out initially, at least, is what our understanding is. So if we can get to the next slide, please. So again, just from our meeting with city staff, with township staff, the key things that we understood from that meeting is there's a number of particular issues that are of interest or keep coming up, and in terms of where parking demand comes from in the township. And so I've just listed the key ones on the screen there. So water access only cottages being a big one, where people park their vehicles and their boat trailers and all that sort of stuff, where they're going into a cottage, be it owners or be it short-term rental sort of thing, whether that's an issue. And of course, the subdivision of those properties, or even sort of informal subdivision of those properties, where people are adding additional structures, bunkies, whatever, to get more, or that enable more people to be there at the same time. So those kind of things. Also, you mentioned tourism and housing becoming more prevalent. There's certainly across the province, and I'm sure there's a bit of it here too, is a drive to get more housing, affordable housing as well in cities and towns across Ontario. So there's a lot of municipalities planning for the next 10, 20 years and what that looks like in terms of just more people on a population basis, as well as the increase in, or that would go along with that, an increase in employment, and again, those kind of demands that get generated from that. In this area in particular, I think it's a lot of the tourism, hospitality stuff is probably where that comes. And again, talking to township staff, I think the feeling was, if I can generalize, it's probably more of those things in terms of tourism and cottaging, et cetera, as it sort of outweighing the population growth. Not to say that population growth isn't going to happen, but it seems from what we heard, there's sort of more parking related issues that are expected from the sort of top half of what we see on the screen there,
Especially in the near term. Yep.
So just to the next slide, please. So I keep mentioning we met with township staff. We haven't done the work yet, but what we've done, we know we want to get this rolling as soon as we've had this meeting with council today. And so we've collected a lot of information already from the county and the township. in terms of where things are, just sort of a mapping related exercise, locations of boat ramps, trail access points, etc., community facilities, a whole range of things that could potentially either they generate parking now or they could generate more parking in the future. So we have all that information in our back in our office, and we're sort of ready to use that. We can hit the ground running once we've had this meeting. So some of the other things we've had that are not related to mapping is some of the other background information on, for instance, the surveys that were done for a couple or two or three at least so far, Fletcher Lake, Lower Fletcher Lake, Russell Landing, those surveys that the township did on how those areas are used. And some of those surveys, I know from looking through them, had questions and answers and comments about parking and how that's managed, and is it enough? Are there issues? So we've got all that information already. And again, what we don't have is hearing directly from council and from the people who are, again, calling you, emailing you about what the parking issues are. So that's our missing piece so far that we want to get through today. So I think I've gone quickly through that again. Yeah, so I've covered that already in my discussion. So I think then we just step to, if there's any questions on that so far, maybe we can just have a discussion on that. But next up is the roundtable we'd like to have on parking issues from the councillors. So if there's any initial questions or comments from anybody, happy to hear them now before we move on to that.
Sounds good so far.
Great. Okay. Thanks. So if we can step to the next slide or two. So we've allowed, I think, an hour for, again, who knows how long we want to take on this. And so we can do this in a few different ways. I mean, I guess to start the ball rolling, what I would like to hear, I guess, is from each councillor, or we can discuss by area, we can discuss by ward, we can discuss by type of issue. But I think to lead off, I would like to hear from each of the councillors on what your feelings are with regard to parking in the township, existing problems and future issues. We've got some additional slides to sort of help. We've got some maps here with things on them that we can use to kind of locate or help us locate where things are that you're talking about, so we can step through those as we go.
Would you like to just go around the room?
Sure.
Or?
Yeah. We can, whichever order you think is best is okay. Whether we just do a simple literal round the table or
Yeah.
or just.
Liz, do you want to lead off with your thoughts?
I do, thank you. It's interesting because I know that for the most part, we were concerned about some of the congested areas at our docks and landings, insufficient for loading and unloading, actually not sufficient area for even construction should we need to upgrade some of our docks and landings. We've obviously had some fairly serious safety issues on some of our roads, particularly with the water access only property owners. And I'm very interested to see that in your presentation that, you've included issues like parking at our facilities, at our trailheads, and because that is something that I think we need to be considering as well. I really do think that we need to take a serious look at who's responsible for what. As I'm sure everyone is aware, water access only properties at this point in time are required to find their own parking areas. Which of course is not happening. We see that in particular on Little Hawk Lake Road, which has become a serious safety issue. But I'm really looking forward to the thoughts from all members of council and seeing where we land. Of course, we must keep in mind the cost of some of the plans that we establish going forward, because we have some other fairly big ticket items that we have to include in our levy. But I'm really looking forward to hearing what everyone's got to say and finding some solid solutions. I'll leave it at that for now.
Thanks, Liz. Yeah, and I'd say it is really interesting. I think there's a linkage between the type of parking problem we experience and each ward. So each ward is actually quite different in terms of its community, its layout, its facilities, and each one I think is experiencing a distinct type of parking challenge. So I like the idea perhaps of going ward by ward. Would one of you like to start out with some comments from your ward's perspective? Yeah. And maybe just say where your ward is.
Okay, so I'm Ward 1, which is the Dorset area. I don't get a lot of complaints about parking per se. The only one I really do hear about is Russell Landing. And obviously, it's very limited there for parking. But I did have an interesting conversation with a gentleman the other day who delivers lumber to the Dorset area and has been doing it for years. And I asked him what he sees. He's in our landings weekly. And his two, right off the hop, the only two he named were Bear Lake and Russell Landing, which again, Russell Landing is limited and Bear Lake is limited as well. But other than that, that was his only two complaints from somebody who's at our landings as a delivery person regularly. But other than that, I have had no other complaints about parking in my ward.
Okay.
Should we go to your ward maybe next, or?
I don't think that we maybe have necessarily the same congestion down in Stanhope. So we're Ward 2. Sabrina and myself both cover that ward. But I think just as an observation, people that are coming up to their cottage or to rent an Airbnb, 12 years ago, 10 years ago, they maybe would come up on a Friday, one vehicle or two vehicles. And now it seems to be this case where people are coming up in 2 or 3 vehicles on different days. So what you would have visiting one residence with one vehicle, it's now like 3 or 4 vehicles sometimes that are coming, especially with Airbnb, and that's happening more often. So you're seeing more vehicles visiting one location than you would have seen maybe a decade ago. With that, we're seeing the same sort of congestion with the size of boats. So what would have been a smaller boat maybe would be at a landing. It's now everyone has a pontoon boat, so bigger boats. So not only is our parking on land being congested, but our parking on water is as well. So that is something that I've observed. And then in sort of the fishing world, which is still a parking issue, some of the issues of people, drop off their boat, but there's nowhere necessarily nearby where they can have a vehicle while they go out on the lake. So I'm noticing complaints that. And then typically we're seeing the same congestion in the winter months with ice fishing. So that's not just people visiting cottages, that's people coming to the area, even within the municipality or the county using access points to ice fishing. My observations locally. Sabrina hopefully has a different observation. She's right on the water.
Okay.
Yeah, I think certainly there's been changes in a volume of persons coming to our area as the decades have progressed since the area was opened. When our lakes were first developed and the province created them, they did create some parking reserves near the landing, but there was a limited number of cottages and people didn't come to them every single weekend. They came maybe 3 or 4 times of the summer. In our modern era, they're coming every weekend. And I would agree, it's not just one vehicle for an entire family, it's 2, 3, 4 vehicles. It's Airbnbs being rented as well that are multi-families getting together to rent a cottage for that week, and so multi-vehicles. So we're certainly seeing an increase in that way. We're also seeing an increase in that the township is renting campsites and canoeists coming up to take advantage of that. And they're coming up in multiple vehicles. You know, they have 2 vehicles coming up for 1 canoe, or 3 vehicles coming up for 2 canoes. Because they can't carpool, or perhaps one's coming from Sarnia and one's coming from Kingston, so it doesn't make sense to carpool. We are seeing an increase in volume. The question is, with this increase in tourism, should the cottage owners who've been paying their taxes for decades have to now also pay for increased parking, even though they're a water access property? They're not asking for the tourists to come. They want to come enjoy their cottage. So we seem to have a bit of a debate on who's responsible for what and who's going to pay for what. So that's an issue that needs to be addressed. If we're going to promote tourism of our trails and our cultural sites, it's really disappointing when you go to a cultural site or a trailhead and you can't park, or you got to park so far down the road on a road that's busy, and then you have to walk down to the trail, and there's no sidewalk and you're afraid to get hit. So we don't have sufficient parking at our trailheads, and many of our even smaller landings. You know, you come up, you want to go fishing for the day, or you want to go out in an ice hut for the day. Where are you going to put your trailer that you brought up your boat? There's nowhere, let alone your vehicle and the trailer for your boat. Now that's different depending on which landing you're at, but some are worse than others. With the MNR limiting what lakes can be fished on in the winter with ice huts, because some of ours are, that's drawing more of those ice fishers to our lakes, certain lakes. So we have a great destination for tourism. We've started, you know, with collection of mat tax on Airbnbs to help us get some funding to pay for this increase, but we are severely underfunded in the infrastructure that we need.
Thanks very
Thank
much for that. And I represent Ward 3, which is the northernmost end of the township, and I have observations from my ward that are quite distinct from, you know, from Stanhope and obviously from Ward 1. I'll make one comment though first that is sort of a generic one. When you were listing out those quite correct generators of parking problems, I would add to that social media. I think now there is, and there has been for the last number of years, a tendency to circulate, here's a hidden gem that you should know about. And our township is full of hidden gems. We are one big honking hidden gem. And the more that people share that news, the more we're going to see day trippers who do not necessarily fall within collectible statistics. We're not necessarily going to get them from accommodation stats or from stats of how many people are attending the museum or whatever else may be. So there's perhaps an unknown change in day users by virtue of social media. And this desire to escape the city just for a single day and experience the joys of nature. So that's my generic thought overall. Don't know what to do with that. I don't know how you can, you know, what metrics we can use for that. But it's a thing that's been in my mind. In Ward 3, in the northernmost section, we have a lot of lakes. Most of them have water access only cottages in addition to road access. Some of them are largely water access, and some of them only have a couple of water access properties on them. And for me, I think an important tool that we could avail ourselves of is to understand the critical mass of which lakes which have water access only cottages are full to bursting with water access and which only have a couple, because I think the scale of the challenges faced by our taxpayers really does differ from one to the other. Having said that, all lakes are unique. Certainly there's Hardwood Lake in my ward. It's lots of water access, not exclusively, but lots of water access only cottages. And they have, over the decades, created a social contract. They know, we got this parking lot. And we know intuitively, I don't think it's ever been written down, thou shalt not bring 17 people for a party and expect to use the parking lot. And same with how they line their boats up along the shore. They all only use tinnies because they know that if we all only have one tinny to get back and forth to our cottage, we can all fit on the shoreline without there being conflict. So that works. It works for them. I'm sure they would say that they need more parking, no doubt. But there's a social contract within that community that does not work or has not developed in other lake communities. And I'll cite the lake that I live on as one example. We have many properties. The vast majority are road access. There are only, I believe, 4 water access properties on the lake, but there is no parking at all, no designated parking at all for water access only. So they use the roadways, which is, what there is. And they all tend to congregate at one end of Harris Road. And there are only 4 properties, but there might be 15 cars at the end of Harris Road, on any given summer day or Labor Day, for example. And that means that there could be difficulties for emergency vehicles to get through. There have been concerns raised by some people that they shouldn't have such complete access to using up both sides of our public road. And we're lucky at the end of Harris Road, there is a good turnaround space. But in a similar situation elsewhere, it could be that by lining both sides of a narrow road with cars, we're really limiting people's ability to get through. So it's a small number of water access only cottages, but without having any parking designated at all, the problem is at a slightly more public scale and a slightly grander scale than another water access only community that might have more water access cottages on it. So I guess what I'm saying is that even in Ward 3, I see each lake as being quite distinct in its needs, and a conversation with each lake community, I think, would offer a great deal of value to understand the realities. I think one of the most severe problems we have in Ward 3, and it's an overlap with Ward 1 in terms of community, and it is complicated, is the Bear Lake Road, or is the Bear Lake water access point along Bear Lake Road, which is not a township road. But we do have a number of water access cottagers there who do look to the township to maintain the launch. And the amount of slippage and erosion in the minuscule spot on Crown land that they have to park on is creating major problems for them. If you were to park as far off the road as you can, close to the boat launch, you risk tipping. Like there's a physical danger there. There's also a big curve. So there are only a few spots where you can actually pull in fairly safely. Everyone else is lined against the road. There's a really big curve. There's a really big slope that's going down to the waterfront. There are lots of people who want to use the area, and we don't own that road. So what do? Like we need to find an answer to support our community members, even if we do not own the road. And I'm not saying we are responsible for implementing all the solutions, but somehow through negotiation, through conversation, through advocacy, through ownership, through taking on a lease or purchasing that Crown land to be able to stabilize the parking. They're complicated, and they are things that we're going to have to dive into, and it's going to take conversation with other tiers of government, because right now parking, I'd say at Bear Lake Road in our ward, it's really severe. It's probably the worst situation we've got in my ward. Also, thinking about what others have said regarding their wards, and I can only underscore it again. We do have areas where there is the perfect storm of a high proportion of water access only folk, a high proportion of day trippers, and a high proportion, well, relative high for Algonquin Highlands. Yeah, everything is scaled. A high proportion of cultural heritage spots where we are encouraging people to come. And those perfect storm areas, I think, need their own special kind of sauce, because we do want to make sure, as has been noted, that our taxpayers who are paying for today, for this conversation, for all the solutions ahead of us, unless we go towards a pay-to-play option, which I think is a very good option to consider for certain places. We want to make sure that they can access their properties. They are our taxpayers. I see some questions or some hands, so I think I'll go there and then I'll continue my little diatribe. Lisa.
Just as you both said that you also have transportation in your sort of envelope, I just wanted to also say, in addition to parking, I think there's more and more cyclists. So you have cyclists that would typically be cycling on the shoulder of the road, but now they're having to sort of
Right.
traverse around parked vehicles. So that's another issue that I think sort of amplifies the situation. And the other thing that I've heard from constituents is, they used to come up at right after work and they'd get here before dark, but more and more people are traveling at night and they're arriving in the dark, and they're not asking for just parking places, but lit parking places. So that's another sort of
Okay.
Good point.
issue on top of that.
Councillor Richards?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on your comments regarding social contracts, working in lake communities. Even just 5 years ago, in my particular area, there was a social contract of understanding on where to park and how to park and what to do and what not to do. It's completely eroded in just 5 years. So it works until it doesn't. It used to be they would only park vehicles in angle, no trailers in angle. The trailers would be down in the parallel parking. You wouldn't park between the landing and the bridge. That was for people to drive through or turn around in. Even this year with the low water level, they're now parking on the beach, to be completely unheard of in the past. The level of frustration has gotten to the point where one guy says, well, there's nothing to stop me, so I don't care anymore. I don't want to walk 2 kilometers to get to my boat. And one person does it, and the next thing you know, 20 people are doing it. So the social contract works until it doesn't. And so we need to take control and put in the necessary framework to reestablish what's appropriate parking and what's not, with a mind for cyclists, with a mind for walkers, with a mind for safety, for our emergency vehicles to be able to get in and out quickly to people that they need to get to. It's become a very big issue.
Councillor Barry?
Just added to that, at some of these congested areas, we also have like hydrants, so fire can access water. So accessing fire hydrants or hydrants in these areas are also another concern. So if you have someone parked where fire department would access the water hydrants, it's another sort of area of concern.
There's one other type of concern that I think is worthy of keeping within the taxonomy of parking questions, and that is places where we as a township really have no obligation to provide parking, but people are parking there anyway. I'll give you 2 examples. One is, again, in Ward 3, at the bottom of Harris Road and Highway 60, there are a number of people who in the winter in particular will park along the bottom of Harris Road because they want to access Ragged Falls Provincial Park. And the park closes the gate in the winter because they're not maintaining the parking lot. So if people want to hike in, which they're very welcome to do, they need a place to park, and they park along Harris Road because it's far safer than parking along Highway 60. So I totally understand that. But much to the ire of some residents who do not wish to see people parking there. Now, it's a public road, and private residents can't dictate, thou shalt not park on this public road right in front of my house. And I do understand that. But I think it's an example of a parking reality that exists for us, where neither the private property owners nor the township have created the parking problem. They've not, and no one's responsible for it, but there it is. So I think it does belong in the taxonomy. Another similar example, and I would personally say a far more urgent one to have a conversation about, is on Crown Lake Road, where we have a camping area, which is not part of our water trails. It's a provincial Crown land recognized camping spot, which is used by far more people on an annual basis than even the Public Lands Act permits, but there is no enforcement of that. You will have multiple RVs, multiple vehicles up there, up to 50 people staying there at a time, as much as I've been told by people who have to travel past it. It's on a road which is only seasonally maintained, and there are regular concerns that should there be a problem in the Crown and Wolf Lake areas, that an emergency vehicle would simply not be able to get through, because both sides of the road are jam-packed with people who are basically there for the entire season. So there again, it's a provincial campground. It's on Crown land, but the parking is on our road, or on a road that we maintain. I'm going to turn perhaps unfairly to Sean. Sean, can you just remind us at that juncture, is that still our road, or are we maintaining that as a Crown road? Do you recall, or shall we revert back to you in a bit?
Sorry, what intersection was it? It was Crown Lake Road and
Crown Lake Road, where the big problem is right at the boat launch.
I'll just pull it up on my map just to refresh my memory. I'll just be a moment doing that.
But either way, both things are relevant on the roads that we own and the roads that we don't own, but that our taxpayers use frequently. These are equal concerns that we need to try to address. Yeah, Councillor Baird.
Just as we've all mentioned the water access in the summer, we've mentioned the water access to the ice fishing. We have another season that hasn't been mentioned, but the fall leaves, the leaf lookers, as we lovingly call the communities that come to see the leaves. But, a really vibrant fall will cause a massive chaos in several of sort of our vista areas, especially in Oxtongue and the Dorset area.
I think just wrapping up my list of things from Ward 3, although this also pertains to other wards as well, is the reality that we need both an operational, a practical, but also a policy solution to trailers and long-term boat storage. A lot of people do, leave their little tinnies kind of shoved in the woods behind the parking area. And they're not necessarily in the way of the people who want to park there, but it is a use of that space. And sometimes I think there are worries about, ooh, is this someone's private space that I would be occupying because there's a boat that's right here and maybe they need to get the boat. So both operationally, but also in terms of policy for the trailers and for the tinnies that are left there, how do we incorporate that reality as a cottage community into our parking solution? How do we acknowledge that this is a real life thing? Yes, Councillor Richards.
Yeah, and then of course the other issue is the Crown land issue where we can't do anything, and they're shoving their tin boat.
Sorry, say that, I didn't quite hear you.
They're shoving their tin boats on Crown land where we can't really do anything.
Yeah.
That's behind our parking area.
Yeah.
So it's a challenge as to what we can do and what we can't do, and working with M&R to come up with better solutions.
And I guess one final little piece to think about, which we experience in all of our wards, our economy is very much founded on a good building culture. We have a lot of contractors who do some excellent work in home building and cottage building, and it's a really important part of our culture and our economy and our lifestyle here. But it does mean that there are sometimes in small parking areas where a contractor needs to get in with their barge, with their equipment. They want to drop off materials for a big build. They want to have several individuals coming, throughout the month of June in order to work on that water access cottage over there. But they need a place quite legitimately to park and also to offload their materials. And I think that's a reality. And we want people to be able to build and improve their properties. So I think recognizing that that is a need. Again, I get back to the differentiation between the physical operational solution and the policy, perhaps fee-based permitting solution. So which, and this is where we look to you for your expertise, but what category of use falls into the possibility of a permit or a pay-to-play or a time limitation, or how do we bring all of these realities fairly into one parking solution? Staff is behind you. I'd really love to hear some of staff's thoughts, comments, questions as well. Yeah, Chris.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would echo most of the sentiments of all of these for the landings that have been discussed. One thing I'd add to off of the thought with trailer storage and tin boat storage around landings is that is driven by parking availability. And it's also something, to your point about policy, that gets affected by our bylaws. So at smaller landings where we don't have enough parking for all of the water access only cottages, we also have our bylaw which says that you can't leave a boat moored there, which means people are expected to trailer each time that they're showing up to a landing and then launch their boat each time. But there's only enough parking for a few trucks and a few trailers. So what you're seeing as a result is people then leave their boats on site and they put them into the forest or into the Crown land. Our bylaw officers then have the challenge of, in a number of those places, we don't know exactly what our property boundaries are at this time and where it turns into Crown land. As we are going through developing our landings, we're getting those surveys and we're understanding those things and where those property boundaries lie, but there's still a number of locations that we don't. And if we're talking to people about, our bylaw says you can't put your boat there, you can't put your trailer there, they'll just shove it further down shore and further onto Crown land, or it might be getting onto private property. So in those instances, thinking about how we meet the volume demand and understanding that in places such as like Lower Fletcher Lake or Hardwood Landing is another one that immediately comes to mind. I think by virtue of the bylaw itself, we're creating a situation that people are then finding a solution that they can't trailer to put their boats in the shoreline. I've had in those instances realtors reach out and just to ask me the question, because they know that I'm managing landings, that we know that the person selling has a spot that they keep their boat on shore. The buyer is wondering about whether or not that they continue to use that spot. I'm referencing the bylaw, which tells them that no, in fact, they can't. And the people who have been there up until now can't either. So thinking about that policy piece related to that, which is really highlights the need for meeting the volume. And then when you add in day users at those areas on top of that, particularly in places such as Oxtongue Landing, where there's really just a turnaround spot for trailers to go in. That's where you're seeing people parking down at the end of the road. And I'd imagine if there's only 4 water access only properties and you have 15 people parking, a number of them are day users. So we have a very large lake that's a tourism driver, but nowhere for day users to park. All of this conversation is focused on landings, and I wonder about some of the things that I noticed too are at some of our facilities and some of our heritage sites, and one of them is here at this office and at our community hall next door, where we have a number of uses all combined into one. We've been increasing our staff bases, so need for staff parking as well. And for example, this location at the township office, where we often see, particularly at council meeting days, where even when we don't have everybody in the office, we're full on parking, but we need space for users to access. This location is also listed as a trailhead access point for the Beach River Trail. So my thought is around, do we want to also be considering some of those high use locations where we have multiple overlapping things that aren't landings, such as the township office, our hall next door, and then in the Dorset area, the Dorset Tower, which of course is seasonal, driven by the fall colors, and then in the village where we have the Dorset Recreation Center, where we're seeing in this month's monthly activity report, a 93% increase in usage over the same time period last year. And we're reporting that kind of increase in usage month over month since we reopened after the renovations last year. So I can see a growing need for more parking there. What ward councillors are hearing in those locations, I'm unsure, but from staff, we're hearing from people that congestion is an issue, particularly in Dorset, when you also have all of the seasonal visitors and residents that are using parking throughout the town. In the wintertime, we get limited by events, so we need to think about event parking, such as the Snowball, where the event itself is limited in numbers by how much parking there is. And to your point about social media, I've always thought that if this event ever blew up into something that 20,000 people showed up, which you see some events leading into with social media hype, there'd be people parked all the way down the highway in both directions. So how we might want to look at that now and into the future. And equity around landings. So getting back to landings a little bit, thinking about again, a good example would be the Oxtongue Lake landing relative to some of the other landings in that area, where we're providing a number of parking spaces for smaller lakes, but then larger lakes with little to no parking spaces. So how we want to target that and whether or not we want to consider equity and how that looks and what we use for the performance indicators and what we're trying to meet for that. That'd be the bulk of my initial thoughts to add to that.
Yeah, great. And I think just a little piece to add to what you said regarding downtown Dorset and our events. We share Dorset with another township, Lake of Bays, and I think it would be really important before we start charging down parking solutions that we consider having that conversation with them. It is our shared village. We're yeah, it'd be good to have their inputs and their participation in solutions, because perhaps the solutions aren't necessarily on the Algonquin Highlands side of the road. And so, yeah, some concerted partnership would be a good step, I think. How about other staff? Do you have things you might want to raise? Yes, Sean.
Thank you. Yes, and just going back to your question about Crown Lake Road, speaking with our operations manager, it's approximately 3 kilometers plus or minus, and then beyond that, it's a forest access road. So where the area of contention is beyond the township portion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right. So it's one of those really good examples of this may not be our land, but these are our taxpayers, these are our people, and we represent them, and we try to find solutions for them. So how that falls within our parking conversation is relevant. Yeah. Other thoughts from you, Sean?
Yeah, thank you. This has been an excellent conversation. I think council's done a great job of identifying the higher priority issues. The one that really stuck out for me was the conversation around this social contract. And I've just made a note. How can we sort of promote that sort of mindset to reestablish those unofficial agreements? So that's something I think we should certainly look at closer. And I mean, just from a planning perspective now for any new water access only property that's created through an application for consent, there is a requirement that they prove to us that they have adequate parking on land, on the mainland to access those lots. So it's just something that was obviously identified as an issue as time progressed, and moving forward, it's something that we can address, but trying to clean up these issues that we've inherited from history, it's no small task, that's for sure.
Adam, do you have some thoughts?
Thank you. Just, I guess, a little bit further on Chris's comments about the Dorset Snowball. The airport has its annual fly-in every year, and last year at the end of the season, sorry, this year at the end of the season, we put approximately over 1,000 people through the airport. So that was a lot of parking that we had to deal with. So there's another spot that we could add to this list here. I know it's a little bit late in the game, but it was late. At the end of the season when we had that last event, which, like I said, the traffic was crazy. In addition to that, I think from my perspective, it's the parking on the road that really causes the problems, and that are a real safety factor. And with the snow load, that was another big one last year, where we had a road where we couldn't take our equipment down it. We ended up having to change the route and bring in something else to clear the road. So I think that's really important to address as a major factor in decision making, and how the public accesses their roads. So but other than that, no, this has been a great conversation so far, and glad to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Angie, do you have thoughts that you want to share?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think everyone has covered a lot, and certainly a lot to think about. The only things extra that I could think of are the areas and the lakes that where the lake is shared by 2 municipalities, and there's a few of those for sure. And so we may want to bring in those municipalities in on conversation on solutions. And particularly Raven Lake comes to mind, and the social contract idea and what they've done there is something to be said for that, for sure. And so there's some ideas that can be taken from that, and can't be applied in every area, but certainly could in some. So just a couple of thoughts there.
Okay, thank you. That's right. Any other thoughts for this first go round?
If I may, I'd like to thank Adam for bringing up the airport, because it has become an area where we really need to look at some parking solutions. It's obvious that there needs to be some partnerships and discussions with other groups and organizations during this process. I'm glad to hear Chris talk about bylaw enforcement, because there's obviously an aspect of enforcement associated with whatever direction we take. And I also once more want to mention the as Sean has mentioned, the responsibility of water access only owners. There seems to be a less and less buyer beware associated with people buying water access only properties and thinking that we're responsible for providing parking for them, which is not the case. So there's a good deal of discussion associated with who's responsible for what, as was identified in one of the first of the consultant's slides. So I just look forward to seeing how we come to solutions for some of these things.
Great. I think we're sort of at a natural pause. Should we take a 15-minute break and circle back? Does that sound
Yeah,
good?
that sounds perfect.
Okay,
Yeah,
why
thank
don't we do that? So thanks one and all. This has been a good first round. Let's come back by 11:15 if that's amenable. Great. Welcome back. Thanks everyone for a great conversation so far. I'll put the ball back in your court to lead us through our next conversation. And just don't forget to put your microphones on. Thanks.
Good pro tip. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, so we've enjoyed the conversation so far too. I was just checking with Michael, and again, back to the meeting we had with staff. I think there's a couple of new things that sort of came up today, which is good, that we hadn't heard before. I'd like to circle back to, 2 or 3 maybe issues from the conversation so far, just to get a little more input. I'd like to have a better understanding on a few areas. So I think I'll just start with one. I think we've heard this before as well, is on the whole short-term rental thing. And I think I've heard you have a levy or tax or whatever on those things. I'd just like to understand a little more on the history of that, like how long that's been in place, sort of what the intent was. Obviously, it's to, I guess help the township address some issues that flow from all of those things we've heard about lots of people coming to one location, and that's a bit of a change from how it's been before. But sort of what the intent of that levy is, what it's being used for, if it's targeted to a particular area of your operations or salted away for something future. I just wanted to, I don't know if everyone has opinions on that or how that works.
Yeah, I guess the overarching thought behind that bylaw is that we saw that in Halliburton, just like in many other cottage communities, there are a lot of visitors, short-term visitors who come, and there are wonderful things that arise because of these visitors, and there are also complications for regular taxpayers. And so this was a way of essentially finding a good balance between making sure that everyone knows that they're welcome, and that everyone obeys the rules and knows what the rules are, and that everyone can enjoy their property without being hindered by big groups that might come through in an unregulated way every other weekend right next door. So it's about finding the harmony between welcoming our visitors, also ensuring that people who own cottages as a second residence can afford to keep them, because this isn't often for a lot of people income that allows them to maintain a property they might have had for 60, 70 years in the family, while also ensuring that everyone else knows what the rules are. I don't know, Sean, do you want to speak a little bit about the policy behind that and how the MAT tax works?
Certainly, yeah, thank you. So the short-term rental license bylaw has been in place for about 2 years now, I believe. And I guess specific to the municipal accommodation tax, anyone who's operating short-term rental pays this tax. It's 4% of the revenue that they generate. Half of that comes to the township. The other half goes to a municipal services corporation, which is situated at the county. And that would be for more county-wide projects, whereas the township portion would obviously be based for projects specific to the township. So with this being a relatively new program, we're still establishing the baseline of how much revenue would be generated through that process, or through that tax, I should say. But it's just an additional resource that we can put towards improving parking if council so chooses.
And within the bylaw itself, if I'm not mistaken, in order to be registered, you have to prove you have adequate parking for the number of guests that you are allowing to enter into your home. Is that correct?
That is correct. So with each application, a site plan is required where they have to demonstrate there is sufficient parking for the amount of guests that can be accommodated on that property.
Right.
Just to add, if I may, one more comment to the consultants. The establishment of the short-term rentals bylaw basically was created because we were receiving many concerns from residents about the activities that were going on. There were a lot of conflicts associated with the different uses. So we started to look at other municipalities that have short-term rental bylaws. We also wanted to ensure that our visitors are accommodated in safe places. So, you know, the short-term rental owners have to prove that they're fire safe, and that there's all sorts of, they followed all the regulations that are required for rental accommodations. And it has been an extremely contentious issue.
Thanks, Liz. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify on that too, that I don't think, although we've had discussions about using those funds towards docks and landings and parking issues as a result of tourism, because that's a caveat of collection of the taxes, that it has to go towards tourism. I don't think we've actually landed on directing it that way.
Actually, just to clarify, sorry, Sabrina, it's the county that is required to use their portion of the funds strictly for tourism, and the municipality can use it for a variety of projects. Although we would, of course, look at prioritizing tourism.
Mhm. And then the other thing is although the SDR requires through the site plan that parking be indicated towards the number of guests, I think that when it comes to water access properties and their parking on the site plan, indicating public parking has been generally considered accepted to date. So we have a hindrance on water access properties that are licensed as SDR utilizing more public parking spaces.
Any further thoughts to share from other members of staff or council on that? Okay.
Okay. And yeah, it's good to hear that that was sort of one of my next questions was, is there, is the revenue from that tax, and I think you've answered it already through this discussion, is it targeted to a particular area? So it sounds like the intent is, or for the county, it's required to be for tourism. For the township, it is sort of intended to be, but it's not earmarked for a particular project or division or whatever of the township. I mean, tourism is, I guess, related to many different things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, tourism could be a question of promoting tourism or ensuring that we are built to be able to host the tourism. I think both of those things are equally valid. So indeed, we've not landed, but it'll certainly be something that we will want to benefit our taxpayers as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Michael, did you want to lead with, you had a question as well, or?
Yeah, I think for Councillor Shortreed, we wanted to dial in a little bit more on Dorset and the relationship with the adjacent township, Lake of Bays. From our kind of initial exploration, the boundary seems to indicate it, you know, Algonquin Highlands is on the east side, and a lot of what's going on seems to mostly be on the west side in the other township. I know the Dorset Lookout Towers seems to be in Lake of Bays, but the road leading to it seems to be in Algonquin Highlands. I think we just wanted to dial in a little bit more on how much is a township of Algonquin Highlands issue related to Dorset in terms of what we'll be looking at.
So the tower is in Algonquin.
It's
Highlands.
okay.
There's an old road that is on the water side of the tower, and it comes down, and then Main Street is the actual division. But on the Lake of Bay side, it's a fire hall, our Lions Park, our skating rink that is on the Lake of Bay side, but that is our facilities.
Your facilities, okay,
Yeah, so Lake of
understood.
Bay's, and our museum is also on our side. It's kind of deceiving where it is. So they're all our facilities. Lake of Bays doesn't have anything in Dorset.
We do have a shared services agreement with Lake of Bays, which I might add needs some review and discussion. So I think this is a perfect opportunity, given that we're spearheading this project, to have some discussions with the Lake Bays Council.
And just to clarify for the consultants, that the property on the Lake Bays side that is, that Councillor Short-Reed has referenced, all of our buildings, they are jointly owned with the exception of the museum.
And the museum is entirely owned by us then?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
correct, Yeah.
So it, you know, it is very much a shared community. There's no strict division.
There are even different speed signs on opposite sides of the road.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah. I think there's some other things I wanted to cover, but I think maybe they come up more and when we talk about what possible solutions are. Oh yeah, I guess this is kind of on the borderline too, but there was some comments raised about pay to play. So I'm hearing that as sort of paid parking by machines or permits or something for. Just wanted to probe into, you know, whether there's, I don't think there's any in the township right now as far as parking goes, but are there any equivalents for any other sort of permits for use of public space, public right of way that people pay for today? Are there any kind of parallels?
Angie, do you have thoughts on that?
And I'm just thinking of, and I'm not sure what type of parallel you might be thinking of, but we do have like our water trail system, and that is public space that is managed by the township. That there's a booking system that you book to use. I don't know if that's something
Yep, no,
similar.
it's a good parallel. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And I'm just trying to think elsewhere in Halliburton. Do we have any equivalents in Dysart, for example, or in Minden Hills that would serve as a reference point for what works or doesn't?
Only at the hospital.
At the hospital?
But
Mhm.
I mean,
Yeah.
the hospital has removed their gate, so it
Yeah.
it was, I think, proven to not work very well.
Okay. Yeah, and Chris.
Sure, I'd add, the Dorset Tower is an entrance fee. The entrance fee includes your parking there. We don't charge an additional fee for parking at any of our water trails access points. And, if we were talking about parallel issues in perhaps some other municipalities, I know that one was brought up earlier in the discussion at the council table of, Tobermory and the Bruce Peninsula area, having gone through a huge influx of tourism related traffic and parking congestion issues, where they have a combination of provincial parks, national park, and the town. When I'm thinking of pay for play, certainly any sort of kind of permitting type system that is common in many areas, but the unique issue we have is that we have visitors and then we have residents, and whether or not there's comparators of where you'd have maybe like a resident parking pass relative to visitors paying. I'm not sure if that's an option, or if that exists in other areas. I haven't personally seen it, but throwing that out there.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to explore something like that and find out what relevance there could be. And just before I go to you, there are two other types of pay to play in our, well, there is one for sure in our township, and the other, I might look to our career outdoorsman to offer insights. Ragged Falls Provincial Park does fall within our physical jurisdiction. And when you enter Ragged Falls Provincial Park, it's this big, but there has been in the past a physical machine where you can get a permit. Now I think it's all done online. I don't believe that even the machine is there anymore, but there is that example, that experience of paying for parking inside our jurisdiction that people understand, they're aware of. And the piece that I look to you, Chris, for your experience on is given the huge amount of Crown land inside our jurisdiction, I wonder what the expectation is if one is to be camping on Crown land, which we're all very permitted to do. Is there a parking piece as part of the permit for camping on Crown land? Do you know, and do they have to show that on their dash, for example, before going into the backcountry?
So in the case of the water trails, they only need a permit for their campsite. There's no separate parking pass permit required.
That's for the provincial,
For-
not our
for-
water
for
trails?
Crown land outside of what we manage,
Yeah.
no, there's no, residents are able to under the Public Lands Act, camp on Crown land for up to 21 days in any one location, and there's no special fee associated with that, or even any sort of like booking system or monitoring level from the MNR. It's just allowed.
Okay, so that is really interesting. We've already spoken about Crown Lake and how this is a big issue at Crown Lake. There have been issues elsewhere, in particular in Ward 3, where there's been overcrowding of Crown land spaces, but the parking has sort of figured itself out. I'm thinking up at Livingston Lake, for example, that kind of figured itself out. But because we are, I'd like to say 80% Crown land in terms of physical territory here in Algonquin Highlands, there is no reason to think that there, wouldn't come a day when people are heading off into Crown land hither and thither. It could even become a viral trend, who knows? And then all of a sudden, almost every one of our municipal roads is going to have people without any responsibility of purchasing a parking permit on using our roads in order to access Crown land. Now, again, it's one of those situations where maybe there is nothing that we can do about that. But if we're talking about parking, having a fulsome understanding of parking issues and potential future scenarios, that is one potential scenario to be aware of that wouldn't exist in a city, but could be quite relevant for us, especially with social media and trends and all of these things. Yeah, Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I think we already do have that issue. Specific to Big Hawk Lake Landing, we have a Crown land reserve parking that is outside our jurisdiction that is utilized. So when we consider pay for parking in that area, and then you have a Crown land parking area, how do you monitor that?
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden you've got everybody parking on Crown land to avoid paying. That being said, though, the canoeists coming to go to the campsite, probably every day I get a phone call asking me who they pay for parking because they want to pay. So, I think when it comes to our water trails, it's out there that the expectation that they should be paying for parking, and that would certainly help. The problem is how do you enforce that against residents who are used to not paying and are completely aware of Crown land areas where they can park versus just day trippers coming up to look at the log chute? Are we going to charge them to park there while they spend an hour having a picnic? Versus the canoeists going to the campsite? And how do you manage the enforcement? So I think it gets really, really complicated when you try to get into a pay-per-use type scenario. And I do question considering the enforcement that would be required, considering the infrastructure that would be required, whether through gates or software systems, et cetera, what the return on investment is going to be
Mhm.
to charge for parking.
Absolutely. You know,
Just for just for the consultant's information, the only time that we've really and truly considered pay to play when it came to parking is if one of the options we chose was to build a parking lot, that would be somewhere where vehicles could be contained. You know, trying to do pay to play or pay to park on our road systems would be quite a challenge to manage, I think.
It is, but I'd like to exhaust the conversation, you know, on it before we, you know, throw away the idea. I think you know, we're at a stage where all good ideas are very welcome. But Councillor Richards also raises another important point. And you know, I'm sure this arises in cities too, but we do have in places like Big Hawk, day trippers, short-term visitors, but overnight, and permanent residents cheek by jowl in the very same, you know, you occupying the same spaces. So I'd be curious to know your thoughts at the appropriate time on how does one regulate such a space when you do have that vast range of people all seeking the very same spots all the time. But that's, I know, for another moment in the conversation. Yeah, Councillor Shortreed.
And this is just a twist on pay to park for water access. We have a family cottage on Georgian Bay with a lot of islands, with a lot of cottages and no access. So the Island Association worked with the township on a community incentive program where they purchased a lot and put in a dock and landing. It's gated and it's only used for those people on those islands. So it was a community incentive. So the island owners had to pay the funds back to the township over 20 years or whatever. So it's their own private parking that's gated and they're the only ones who have access to it. So they have basically a cottage lot that's vacant that they all park at, and it's run smoothly. There's easy 30, 40, 50 cars and trailers and boats there all the time.
Yeah, good point. And down in Frontenac, I'm aware of one lot where it's a fairly large lot and there is a gate for the seasonal users, like the water access only cottage owners, and they've got their little code and they've got their payment system and they know they've got enough space in that lot. It's not a dedicated slot, but they know there's enough space in that lot. And then there is another lot for right beside it, a part of the same infrastructure for visitors. And, you know, good luck. If you get a slot, that's great. And if not, you know, good luck again. But at least there's a way of ensuring that taxpayers have a dedicated space. Angie.
If I may ask a question to Councillor Shortreed, who then maintains those lots and who owns them?
The island people, the people on the island actually own it. So this probably happened 35 years ago, so my memory isn't that good. But they worked with the township and the township, obviously, I don't know how much of a split who financed it, but the township financed a good portion of it, added it to their taxes over 20 years. So once it was paid, they own it. Their association, it's probably a numbered company, I think. They own it and they pay the taxes and the maintenance on themselves. Mhm.
Thank you.
And I do like, you know, and we've sort of glossed over it or dipped down a little bit into it, but I think there is something to be said for drilling into a use of municipal parking spaces, be it on a road or in a, you know, at a launch, for those people who will only ever come up with a car, for those who will always come up with two cars or always with a trailer or always with a boat, or, you know, if there are thresholds that can be determined so that, say at X launch, if If you want to bring up your vehicle, great, you're very welcome. But as soon as you pass the threshold and you anticipate using municipal land for long-term boat storage or, or whatever it might be, then you've got to get into a permit or a pay-to-play of some description. So it isn't only taxpayer versus non-taxpayer, but it's thresholds of usage within the taxpayer system as well. I'd be curious to have that conversation. Yeah, Adam.
Thank you. I couldn't find it because I can't get onto our SharePoint, but I did a report to council, I want to say in 2020, I think, where I talked about parking lots and the pay to play scenario. And part of that in my investigation of that was that we could set something up in the lines of if we build the parking lot that would hold enough vehicles for the area and then some. We can set it up where residents could come into the main office and they buy their spots ahead of time. So you'd be guaranteed a parking spot, whether that's through a realm of painted parking spots, you get number 1 and you get number 2. But also there is power in the area to get, whether it's a solar or power brought to the site for automated gates. We talked a little bit about whether it'd be contracted plowed or the township would take that on for plowing, paving it, going through the whole motions of it. But in addition, like if you wanted to use it for, say, day trippers, someone that doesn't have to come to the office here, well, then it's pay to play by time. If you're only at the site for 40 minutes to walk down to the log chute, let's say on Big Hawk, and then you go to leave, you pay accordingly for your time. Whereas somebody who has a cottage, they want to not pay every time they roll through, then it's a simple ticket or it's a simple QR code that they would scan and then they go and they don't have to pay, they just pay one time. So I think there's some options there and I can find that report and send it to you on that. But that was kind of the thought process I had at the time when we were looking at building parking lots in that area. And certainly at that time, Serena, we did talk about the enforcement of it. Because if we build a parking lot and we're pay to play to get in there, there certainly has to be a lot of enforcement to keep people from parking on the road. Right? There's no point in building a parking lot and forcing people to go into it if we're not going to enforce stopping them from parking on the road. But you made a comment about the M&R property, which I think you were referring to, which is across the road. Only a small portion of that, maybe 1 or 2 parking stalls, is actually M&R property. The rest of that is township property. So in theory, if we did build a parking lot there, we would close that off so they wouldn't have that ability to park there. Although all that would be flushed out when we did the design and things like that. But I just wanted to add that in there, that was kind of the thought process behind the park for play, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. One other issue that we've not touched on, but I think is worthy of note, and is par for the course in cities, but maybe less so in cottage country, is accessible parking. How does that fold into this conversation and into our solutions? Parking lots, I think that's more obvious, but when it comes to roadside parking, parking around launch areas, which is it can be pretty rough going. What are our obligations? What are our desires? I think we just need to remember to keep that in our conversation. Did you have something to say, Sean, on that?
Yeah, just with respect to barrier-free parking. So the zoning bylaw does require 1 barrier-free space for every 25 parking spaces.
On municipal?
Well, that's generally what we would follow. The municipality is exempt from zoning bylaw requirements, but it's just something for council's consideration.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richards.
Sorry, I do think we are on the wrong space on parking across the road. I'm speaking about the parking that's along the hill going up, not the immediately across the road. So that's the M&R area I'm referring to.
Yeah, that's the Round the Bay Trail. Yeah.
And certainly, I'm sure staff have noted this too in the past, but the parking situation around the Hawks, which is particularly grave and has been for a number of years, it's a scenario that I think requires and we're going to talk about it later on today as well. It requires its own toolbox of solutions. It's not a situation that I think is going to quickly replicate itself in other areas of the township. So it does deserve its own special thinking in terms of the models that we use. And if we do go for a pay to play, it could be that the model used in that area is not something that we would, we would replicate anywhere else. But it really is quite a severe situation. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I agree. It is quite a severe situation because of the amount of players involved with the cultural heritage sites, the day trippers, the canoeists, the residents. It's its own giant problem. But I do like the references that Council and Angie have been bringing up about Raven Lake and the solutions that have been found there. Actually, it's something that the local people on the Hawks really look to in determining their own expectations. I would say what one of the big differences there is that had a lot more area to have natural parking to begin with. That is not further antagonized by those day trippers and canoeists coming to the campsites there. And, the township did a good thing in regulating those campsites there to help with people who were going to those backcountry spots and just destroying the area. But in promoting how great of a job we did in doing that, it has, exploded in tourism of putting that pressure on the parking situation for the residents. So we've solved one problem and kind of created another. So they are very sensitive to the idea of pay per play because they shouldn't need to be in that position to start with. They had that, and they still have that M&R Crown Reserve there that is reserved for parking that they can't, have exclusive use for anymore because of all of the tourism coming to the area. So I think, that's something that we all need to keep in mind is that, yeah, we're talking about water access and, there's the idea that there should be a responsibility there. But when those residents purchased those water access lots, the province provided a Crown Land Reserve parking area. And I think we forget about that. After the lot development, the province downloaded the landing and everything else, maybe not the land, but they complicated this issue onto us. And so to simply say that, well, it's not our responsibility, I just don't agree is entirely true.
Thank you.
I might go to Chris just because he's got his hand up there.
Sure. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. When I'm thinking about water trails access point users, we have places where there's water trails access points that are only that happening along with day users. And then we have places such as the Hawks where there's all of the multiple uses. It is common in provincial parks and conservation reserves to sell parking on top of your camping pass and to essentially include a number of parking spaces with your with your camping pass. And then if you want more vehicles than that, you have to pay for additional. But then what we need to consider is how many we would provide. So let's say there's 10 campsites, just as a rough example, and you need 10 spaces. I would see that as if you're selling those spaces, they need to be designated, so they need to be available. Other people wouldn't be able to pull up and use them because the person who paid for it expects that it's going to be there when they get there. So you'd almost need a designated parking for just the water trails users, a designated parking for day users, and then a designated parking for residents to be able to meet all of that demand. similar for a place like at the log chute. The log chute parking there is essentially labeled as and designated for log chute parking, but everybody uses it by virtue of the fact that there's the parking issue. But it is common, again, in places like conservation reserves. I see it all over the place where you pull into a parking lot to see an attraction, and the simplest forms I see are like a QR code on a sign. You need to register for parking, and it's $10 per vehicle. And if you roll up and you're a day user and there's no parking available, well, you can't go there. And that's where the enforcement comes in. How that overlaps with the residential use, that's where I see it maybe being that I have a resident pass that goes on my dashboard. I'm sitting in the log chute parking lot, which is permitted. Sorry, it's full. Day users can't park there, or they're going to get a ticket. But similar to what you see in cities that have that much parking demand that happens on long weekends around those sites, is they have bylaw officers. You can't be parked for 15 minutes before you've got a ticket on your windshield. So they have bylaw officers that are just doing nothing other than going back and forth and dealing with it on a minute by minute basis, to add to the complexities.
Mm. It strikes me as I was listening to both of you actually that a cautionary tale that would be worthy of a bit of research is down in Minden, our next door neighbor, where they have the Queen Elizabeth Provincial Park right within their jurisdiction, and this has become so popular that the municipal roads leading into Queen Elizabeth are completely, or have been in the past, I don't know exactly where they are in the solution now, but have been completely overrun with day trippers coming through. And it's been extremely hard to have that conversation with the province to try to figure out a solution. So it's a cautionary tale for us for certain areas. It's already sort of a reality in other areas of our township. But I think good fodder for thought looking ahead. And I'd be curious to hear more from them on the steps that they've taken and how they've tried to solve this with a different tier of government who is kind of responsible for creating this this challenge for them.
Great, thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely look into that one. I think just, I guess, to move things along, I think we've got to a point where we've got through the roundtable stuff. I think hopefully everyone's had a chance to speak. If there's anything else, I'd like to move then into, I guess for us, the next two steps I touched on at the beginning were looking at the priorities for the township shows. So what things you think are the most important, and then from there to go to, once we've identified what the important things are, or the most important things are, then how we kind of launch into a best practices review, and where, if there's any guidance on like that one right there was a good example of sort of where you think you would want to lie in terms of peer municipalities, where to look. So we've got some ideas, and we can come up with some ideas, but I wanted to step through those things. So I think first up was really, I think it's a few slides ahead. Sorry, before we move on, it's okay if we move to that phase next?
Yeah.
So yeah, like all good parking studies, it's complicated. So we've heard all the things that we sort of anticipated coming in. There's different users, there's different jurisdictions. So control of not just the solution, but also, where those demands are coming from could be provincial, could be township, could be, someone else entirely. So there's a lot of things we want to be able to think about as we go through this process. So what helps us to identify where we want to look, if we could just hit the next slide, and I'd put down sort of 30 minutes to talk. Some of this we've already talked about, but it's really, there's so many things going on as with any municipality. which are the most important things. I think I have some feel from it this morning, but just wanted to go back around the table again now. So where should, what types of issues should we be prioritizing in terms of a strategic focus for the township? And again, these are just sort of my musings on what I thought we want to talk about. So, is there we've heard about the hawks being a particular issue, a hot point that may be different from some of the rest of the municipality, but are there different things we want to do in different wards? Are there different things we want to do based on those types of demands? And there's been discussion about it already. So the different user groups of just straight out visitors or people who are staying either at a cottage or Airbnb or whatever, residents, users of the water trail system, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a raft of different users. Do we want to focus on particular aspects of that? Should we sort of almost, sometimes you can do a prioritization by sort of almost putting yellow sticky things on a map. You've probably been to meetings where people have done that. So where's the issues, and you can sort of quickly home in on where oh my goodness, everyone's concerned about this thing. So you can do that geographically or by types of users. So what also can help is public opinions, whether that's by a survey or through some of the other work that's been done on the landings, the ones that have those studies already. So there's already some identification of what people have responded that they're concerned about. There's some other things as well about sort of risk, and we've touched on public safety and, access for emergency vehicles, snow plows, all that sort of stuff. So there may be things that are really important to the municipality just from that point of view, and access to barrier-free parking, and maybe one of those things as well. And then lastly, just to talk about things that you might be able to do quickly that are fully within your control, and there's no sort of jurisdictional issues on the problem or the solution. So maybe there's some things there that you might want to put up the ranking scale because it's something you can immediately do. So those are the things I just wanted to spend a bit of time going through in your context, and hopefully without sort of retreading what we've already talked about. But I think there's some ideas there that have already been raised, and questions and concerns that to me, I can see a way to prioritizing things. But I want to, maybe it's a round table on this is a good idea too, just to once again go around and see, what's the top three things in terms of priorities for the councillors.
Liz, do you want me to put you on the spot? Do you want to kick off with some of your thoughts?
Yes, please. And thank you. I think you've heard from each member of council that we do have difficulties in each one of our wards. I think it might be challenging to prioritize based on wards. I think your point towards the bottom about ranking based on exposure and risk is probably the most important thing. You've heard that we have already looked at a number of the challenges that we've had, and that we've kind of mutually agreed that the hawks are the biggest risk and the biggest priority for us. And you'll see that there has been work done separately on that project. I would ask if part of the scope of your work would include preparing surveys on our behalf.
My microphone was off. Yeah, I mean, from the point of view of doing, there's pretty quick and easy tools as far as doing a public survey on the web. Things like SurveyMonkey. I don't know if you guys have used that for anything, but we can come up. We've done it before on other projects. So asking the community by way of a website, or providing. I guess the trick is providing the publicity around that, whether there's
Right.
councilors' newsletters or something that can sort of put
We
a
have
link
an
out there.
excellent communications coordinator that can help with respect to that. I guess I would just like to ensure that any surveys that we do don't open ourselves up for comments. Well, my area is the worst, or my area is the worst, or we need to keep it more general in nature, if at all possible, and consider risk. I think you've heard about the primary areas that really are risk. You've also heard of the challenge. We have a serious challenge with the province, and how we can move forward and work together to resolve some of these issues. They have been a challenge. It's something we have approached the province for a number of years about accessing Crown land and use of Crown land, or how we can acquire Crown land, and it's a very, very slow moving boat.
Thoughts from council on priorities and how to pick them? Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I think for me, the outcome of this discussion has really been about trying to build a philosophy of responsibilities, who's paying for what, how we're going to fund what needs to be done, and fairness across the entire township. Even though there may be agreement amongst us that the Hawks is a huge priority issue, I think the philosophy behind how it's handled, to me is the most important thing to come out of this, is that we have fairness across the board. So whether it's Russell Landing, whether it's Raven Lake, whether it's, Oxton water access property owners, all are treated equally. I think that's the biggest thing that I'd like to see come out of this. And then identifying, where do we need to put the priority first as far as risks and safeties to the communities that are affected by these parking issues in their areas. And obviously funding is the biggest thing we've got. Yeah. That we have to have a plan for. Not just for now and the priorities we have now, but into the future and the growth that's expected.
Other thoughts from council? Did I see your hand? Well, I might pitch in from slightly different angle, just thinking about Ward 3, the northernmost ward, because I don't think any of us are looking to prioritize one area over another, and I know that's not what you're suggesting either. But I think what the priority would be in Ward 3 is fairly clear, and that would be because of the nature of and the remote nature of our ward, of this ward, it's to understand how to evolve our current municipal parking offerings at boat launches, which are used by water access only and folks who are just there to launch their boat and then drive around to their cottage, and of course day trippers. But how to evolve that offering, to recognize the amount of space required, to secure the amount of space required, to make sure that people understand that there are limits to what we can offer, to explain what those limits are, and I get back to this whole permitting idea, to make sure that to Councillor Richards' point on equity or equality, that people who want to use more space perhaps are required to pay a little bit more in order to do that, in order to be sure that everyone is receiving a similar kind of service. So I sort of see a graph in my head, or a table, I should say, in my head, of the different types of users of our spaces going down one axis, and then the different ways that those spaces are used in, going across the other. So what is our answer for the long-term water access only property owner who only wants to launch their boat, but then maybe wants to keep their trailer close by? How do we treat that scenario differently from the person who wants to come in for one day, but they're bringing, five people or 5 cars with them, and each, each car has a trailer with them, but they only want to use the space for the day. So those, I would anticipate that those treatments would be very different. So on the table of type of user versus kind of use, can we fill in the spaces to know what our answer is for each of these? That, I think, is priority number one from a practical perspective in Ward 3. Beyond the very obvious need that we've discussed, which is securing the space to be able to offer greater amounts of parking, and knowing that a lot of that requires conversation and money in our relationship with the province, and a lot of time, as Mayor Danielson has pointed out. And how far do we go? So that's, I think for Ward 3, that would be my most burning desire. Councillor Barry.
I feel emergency services is a huge priority. I feel that when we have people that are in congested areas, it creates conflict. So that's sort of where I feel a huge priority. I also think that equality as far as accessing, like whether you have a cottage on it or whether you're, you know, a rural lot owner here in the township that wants to go and take a boat out for the afternoon. Those would be sort of my big things. I do feel that later on in the agenda, we're talking about some of the parking issues up at the Hawks, and there's a recommendation that we're sort of already working on. So I don't know how much additional work needs to be put in there, depending on where council sits on that discussion. But yeah, I think emergency services and equitable use of parking is top of mind for me.
Oh, Angie, yeah.
If I may just ask a question. So as council knows, and from Adam's report today on the hot parking, that was identified as the priority. I just want to make sure that that's still, council still agrees that that's the case. So that's priority number one.
I would agree financially and in terms of operational scope to get stuff going, that is council's priority. I think the beauty of having our outside consultants is to help us not drop the ball on, as Councillor Richards says, some of the more philosophical stuff. Yeah, but in terms of finances and operation, I think it's still the Hawks. Liz, would you agree?
I would agree, and adding to the safety factor, that, you know, to be able to maintain the road, it has become a very serious safety issue, and I think that was sort of top of mind, and I would agree that it remains, you know, highest priority. Obviously, I mean, we need to address a lot of the comments that Councillor Richards has raised some excellent points, you know, about fairness and equality, and as well as Councillor Barry's comment about emergency access. That is something that has been raised numerous times, particularly on private roads. I know there are no roads that we don't maintain, but it has been raised as a concern many times.
Yeah. And if I might just add a layer of nuance to Councillor Richards' comments regarding equality, I agree and I appreciate what you're saying. I think there is a difference between equality and equity, though. You know, there are, I don't think what we're aiming for is for every taxpayer in Algonquin Highlands to have a free parking space no matter what. You know, some people or some communities are going to require a little bit more support. Others are doing fairly well, and it could be that a pay-to-play option, you know, might be required in order to achieve equitable parking solutions. But that is equitable, even if some are paying and others, you know, others perhaps are not, or some are required to permit and others perhaps are not, just by the nature of the scenario. So it's about, you know, it's about, I think, equity, knowing that there may be differences in how we get there depending on each scenario that we're looking at. Would you agree? Is that a safe nuance?
Yeah, I think so. It really what it boils down to is equity and fairness to me throughout the entire township. you know, there's a big difference between a one-bedroom shack that has one vehicle that comes up versus a six-bedroom mansion that has, you know, 10 vehicles come up.
Yeah.
You know, they shouldn't be treated the same way. I think we need to remember the historical element here in that, you know, when these lots were first developed and the parking that was set aside by the Crown for those lots versus its modern use. And how do we balance the responsibilities therein? If you're going to build a six-bedroom mansion and you're going to have 10 cars come up, you know, I think that the burden moves towards you, not all taxpayers of Algonquin Highlands to facilitate that. If you've still got that one-bedroom shack and it's only one vehicle coming up, I think that, you know, that historical development of that Crown Land Reserve should be taken into account in our philosophy. And then, you know, as I mentioned, tourists coming up for a vacation, I think that they should pay. And I do understand the concept of there being, well, then maybe we should have designated spots for them. Maybe we should, but I don't think that that necessarily needs to be the case before we start to charge to develop those spaces. Because right now they're having to, I mean, I see them, so I talk with them, and they're willing to pay, or they'll ask me where they can legally park, and I'll say, oh, anywhere down there. And they look at me and go, all the way down there? You know, even canoeists are not willing to walk 2 kilometers back to the beach after they unload. So, you know, imagine residents thinking that, you know, a parking lot down by the log chute on a weekly basis is going to be sufficient is obviously, you know, cause for controversy with them. Yeah. But like I said, you know, you've got Raven Lake where we're maintaining a parking lot that we didn't have to build, but we are maintaining it. And it's not even in our township, but we're doing that for our taxpayers that have water access properties there. So I think we need to consider the entire township's philosophy and the fairness for each lake.
Yeah, good stuff. And to pick up on something that you said earlier, I think a priority just as a cross-cutting theme for your work moving ahead is return on investment. I think because there are lots of different types of solutions, but for a group such as this that holds a purse that is created from taxpayers' funding, we do have to consider return on investment. We could look for we could look for grants, but we do not have private investment. And I know I'm preaching to the converted here, but our coffers are not city coffers. They're pretty limited. So that's got to be a part of all of our thinking moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're heavy on geography and light on people, which
We
is
are.
a good thing, but it's, yeah, as far as collecting money, it's a different scenario.
Yeah.
Yes. If we could just flip to the next slide, just to finish. These are things, again, I think we've talked about. It's still on this. I just didn't cram them all on one slide, but I mean, the other things for priorities that I think all of these have come up today already. I think it's like I knew what we are going to talk about. But except the one I'm not sure I've heard much on is sort of what I've called traditional or historic uses, and by which I mean, you know, maybe that's a First Nations thing or something else. You know, maybe there's been you know, since time immemorial that people have been coming to a particular location, and now it just also happens to be a super tourism hotspot. Are there issues like that the municipality needs to think about as well in this work?
Chris, can I put you on the spot for that one?
Sure. Yes. Thank you. It's the term traditional or historic uses is not relative to Indigenous use in this context. It's particularly around landings, what we find is when we do any development, there is a strong sense of identity with those locations and the history associated with them, and a desire to retain some sense of that history and that identity. So an example of just like the layouts and kind of like trees and the feel and kind of community type signage and those types of things. When we hear surveys from users, like the most recent one at Fletcher Landing, we're asking them about how much day users there are and whether or not we need to increase parking. There's a sense from many people in the community saying on the survey, quite literally, don't add more day user spaces. We don't want to see an increase of day users here. So those are the types of traditional or historic uses we're talking about.
Councillor Barry?
I'm not, under no circumstance do I say that I know the data or anything, but I do know there is traditional people that are coming locally and from afar for fishing, and has been done for generation and generation, both in the summer and in the winter, in the ice fishing season. I have no idea about trapping, but I know it is still an activity that occurs in the area. And then there is the hunting. I know that, I don't know, and a lot of that would probably be happening on Crown land, but I would assume that there are vehicles that are parking there for those traditional uses.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. Hunting is it's a big ticket item here. There are a lot of hunters. And we do see a lot of use of Crown roads. I don't think I'd be able to speak to the municipal roads so much as the Crown roads, at the back of Ward 3, but that is indeed an interest group that really matters in Algonquin Highlands. Yeah, Chris.
Sure, that's an excellent thought around the hunting and fishing. The one thing I'd add about hunting is, by virtue of the season it happens in, it's low use season for us. It's November, December, typically the deer hunt is the most popular time. So what I see at our access points is, yes, during the deer hunt in November at St. Nora Lake, for example, a number of hunting groups show up, they unload trucks and trailers with ATVs and they head out. But nobody else is using the location at that time. It's kind of what we call the shoulder season as far as trail usage goes. So yes, it's a use, but based on the seasonality of it, doesn't seem to create issues.
Doesn't seem to create issues, and yet, if I were to think about a similar, not hunting, but a similar situation in a big city where there is a certain time of year when there is an influx of outsiders who are occupying a considerable amount of space, there would probably be some kind of payment or, permit required to use those spaces, because whether there are other people around or not, it is still a municipal asset that is being used by someone who doesn't pay taxes to use that particular space in a private way. And while I do not want to monetize our township, at the same time, I do recognize that other jurisdictions are recovering some of their expenses by these sorts of events. And so I think just to throw that in the mix, for our consultants, it's not new. For us, it could be, and we probably shouldn't shy away from those sorts of conversations either.
Just to add to the comments that have been made, looking at your list here, I know that there has been a considerable amount of work that has been done between the lower tier municipalities and the county to try and find consistency in some areas. So I think that there's definitely worth some discussion there. When it comes to communications and responsibility and partnerships, I think that targeting and not targeting, but communicating with the cottage associations is a good idea, particularly if we are going to put out surveys, that we can ensure that they're directed towards cottage associations. There have been some comments made by council in the past about county council's responsibility, particularly with respect to the MAT tax and that being attached specifically to tourism, whether they shouldn't have some responsibility to assisting us. I don't know how much success we would have in that regard. I can't speak to that, but it's certainly worth approaching them. Quite honestly, I know we continue to work with the province to access Crown land. Having them assume responsibility for some things, I think, is going to become a very big challenge for us.
think I just want to make sure everyone had a chance to weigh in on the priorities to, sorry, Councillor Shortreed, did we hear from you on the priorities that you think are the most important?
I agree with what everybody said. I know Hawks is our biggest priority, which we're going to discuss this afternoon. And back to everybody in the township should be equal in how we look at what we're going to do next.
Great, thank you.
And I think I'd just like to underscore, and it is a repetition from what I've said before, I know, but there are things that we can fix and there are things that we probably can't fix. But I think we still have to recognize the things that we can't fix when we're talking about our philosophy. Let's not just let them fall off the table because they're not within our jurisdiction, or, you know, the taxpayers who have to travel down a Crown road and who are experiencing grave challenges when it comes to the use of that road and the parking around that road, they're still our taxpayers. So even if we can't control the situation, I think they've got to be included in our master understanding of the situation. And maybe we can find a solution. That would be amazing. But I don't want anyone to be left off just because it's not township land.
Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Shortreed.
Sorry, and also recognizing what the CAO did say about their shared locations with other townships. For example, Coagama Lake, the Dysart has a boat launch right on the, I think it's the border, isn't it, between both townships? It's, our line is right on the edge of their boat launch. So would that, if working together with that township, because there's nothing there, it's just a gravel parking lot and a gravel boat launch, but would working with that township and put a launch and a dock in alleviate a lot of the problems at Russell Landing? Because Russell Landing, there's no room for more parking. It's impossible, right? It's just, it's buildings and water. You can't get a spot in there if you wanted to, but a few kilometers away, there is a big boat launch with a huge parking lot on a different township, but we border it, like our township borders it. So working with them to alleviate, even for the contractors, to be able to work off of that boat launch instead of working off of a little tiny boat launch, because Coagama is a huge lake with a lot of water access. And just for your information, the Russell Landing was the original boat launch. The boat launch I'm talking about is at the east end of Coagama Lake, halfway down. So when Russell Landing was there, that road did not exist. So it was the only water access. So when they built that road, I don't know how that got to be a boat launch, but that got to be a boat launch as well. But up until then, that road didn't exist until I think the 70s. Maybe the mid-70s it got built. I don't know exactly when, but up until then, Russell Landing was the access basically for the whole lake. So.
Thank you. I think with that, so we'd like to move forward and just talk a little bit about the best practices and other municipalities. Again, we've touched on some of this already. So this is just to remind everyone in the room, this is work we haven't done yet. This is work we will do and report back in January. We've done a little bit of sniffing around already, just so we We know a little bit about what might be applicable, but so just wanted to talk through a couple of slides here with you. The first one, I mean, sorry, this seems very simplistic, but I just want to say it anyway. So the parking strategy, always, it's when you break it down to the basics, is two basic things. So one is looking at how you manage the demands, and one is looking at how you manage supply. And there's various ways of dealing with all of those things. So simple ways of managing demand or dealing with it is payment and permits and what have you. And supply can be one example is buying land to put more supply on. Those are not the only ways of dealing with it. Those are just the sort of the simple ones that people tend to think of. So just on the next slide, then, we just wanted to talk about sort of with your guidance on where, and you've raised some examples already, but where you think the most appropriate places are to look, not so you're doing our jobs for us, but again, if you've got examples of great things, and we've made notes already where there have been sort of there's been work done. There's been like the Georgian Bay example of one where I guess it was led by a cottage association in conjunction with the municipality. So that kind of thing. But wanted to talk about if there's any guidance on that, or if there's any things on the other side of the coin where the municipality just doesn't want to consider them at all. And is there anything off the table in terms of solutions, recognizing, of course, the big one you just mentioned, that Deputy Mayor, about return on investment. There's a limit to some solutions or some ideas just based on funding, and that's a reality for any municipality, I would say. So yes, if there's any other suggestions, I know a couple have come up, but if there's any other suggestions, what we would normally do is look at the immediately adjacent municipalities. We've taken a look at that already for Lake of Bays. Interesting, I guess last year, Mike had looked into this in a bit of detail and can speak to it, but yeah, she just go.
Well, we understand that Lake of Bays just this summer passed a couple of bylaws introducing cash in lieu of parking, for example, for new developments or development applications. I'm not sure if that's something that Algonquin Highlands has looked into before. It's kind of a philosophical approach where with cash in lieu of parking, you collect money and you use that money eventually to build municipal parking facilities. So it's something potentially to think about and something we can research further. We just kind of touched on it in the last couple of days, but that was just something that happened recently.
How
this
is
summer.
the cash collected? Cash, you say, like I'm saying, how are you collecting cash? Through what method?
It would be through development application. So as the zoning bylaw minimum parking requirements aren't met, and for the amount of parking that's not provided, that would otherwise be provided, it would be a per parking space fee that's paid by a private owner to the municipality.
That's interesting. I'm looking at what you've got portrayed here. I think that we're open to almost all solutions that you've listed there, and having you present, how they might work better for us. I would look to your company to do finding or seeking information on best practices in peer municipalities, and that's an excellent example in Lake of Bays. It would be interesting to see what you might find in Halliburton County, and I'm not sure that there are any best practices with respect to parking in the other municipalities in the county, but I could be completely wrong. They just have big open parking lots, and I think it goes into the levy.
Yeah, I definitely like that idea. It would likely only help in new development though, but certainly, I think that that's something that definitely be implemented. And otherwise, yeah, all of these possibilities are on the table as far as I'm concerned. And I agree, I don't think that our neighboring municipalities are going to have solutions, but a much wider scope is probably what's needed.
Yeah, and I would add that I think in some of these rural cottage country areas of Ontario, we're not at the forefront of designing great parking solutions because we don't have the crush that they do in the cities. So I am curious to know what sort of city solutions could be appropriate for us. You know, I think about visiting a friend in Toronto and knowing that because she lives on this street, she's got a parking permit to you know, park on that street, and everybody else has to go online and pay for their parking. And what I forget as a very rural resident is that for city folk, that is totally normal. That nobody would question that. So I don't think it's a far cry to think that something like that might be appropriate for certain parts of Algonquin Highlands. I think a challenge could be internet access. You know, how do you ask people to go online to pay for parking by clicking a QR code when they're far away from a, you know, from a cell tower? That's something to think about. But I'm curious to know what the city solutions are that could be right-sized for a space like ours. Councillor Barry?
I always weigh in that I'm always a big fan of still being able to use cash. So right off the hop, when I hear about QR codes and digital things, I think of internet service. I think of people that don't have, still there are people that don't have these devices, and yeah, I'm just gonna put that in. Everyone has heard this, but I just thought I'd share it with the consultants.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, even in cities, that's a big issue. So yeah, some of those advantages of that QR system thing basically needs no infrastructure, so you can put a sign on the side of the road that people have to pay, and you don't have to, you know, unlike a parking machine, you don't have to run power to it or communications and blah blah blah. It's all sort of taken care of, and you enter into a contract with one of the companies that deals with it. So from a municipality perspective, it's easy. But yes, there are yeah, internet, there's cell phone ownership, there's you know, equity concerns sometimes are raised in that as well. So definitely something to think of. And again, not to get to where we're going to be in a month, but there are the parking permit for parking on the street thing is something I do believe I've seen a case related to like a boat launch facility. I don't want to name it for fear of getting it wrong. I think it might have been Aurelia or somewhere like that, where, so if you are a resident of the municipality, you were able to secure a permit to use the boat launch or park in the area beside the boat launch, you know, as part of your, you know, your taxes you're paid, but anyone else who's a day tourist or whatever has to pay in the machine. So there's ways there, you know, that type of solution might be something that helps address the sort of different user groups that you're talking about here today. That might be an option. So that's something that definitely is used in cities and towns, but I think also in that kind of user group context, there are at least one example I'm aware of, but we'll look for others.
Another example that would be interesting to hear about, but I have none to offer, is are there scenarios out there where a township has come up with an agreement with a private citizen with a big chunk of land to lease and clear a big chunk of land for parking, and there is some governance contract there that I can't describe, but it could be that there is a situation that could be a worthwhile model for us to think about as well.
Another thing that we do need to consider when looking at our solutions is that they aren't too labor intensive on the part of our staff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or that the return, the income generated allows for, for more staff. But again, this is your area of expertise, not ours, but indeed, yeah. I'll go to Sean, I think.
Just something else that might be worth researching is if there are examples of other townships that have inherited what was traditionally provincial land or provincial regulated land. And now it's fallen on the township to maintain these sorts of landings, because a number of the examples we've talked about today are those exact situations. So I'd be curious to know how they've dealt with those issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Richard?
Yeah, I'm particularly concerned about the enforcement issues of it and the cost thereof. Because I do think that QR or something like that is probably going to be our most cost-effective solution. But I mean, we have a lot of weekends where we don't even have bylaw officers or evenings, et cetera. Like, and the volume of parking issues we have, I'm not sure would justify hiring more enforcement to enforce it. So that's where I get very concerned about what our ROI is going to be if we go into a pay-per-use system, even though that may be the ideal philosophy. The reality of it, I have a lot of concerns as to whether it's actually effective for us.
Yeah, I would say sitting here today, I have those same concerns because I think you can't remember the number. We talked about it in the previous staff meeting, but your number of landings, for example, is what, 30, 35, or it's some large number I've just got wrong. Plus all the, and your geography. So even if you did have an enforcement officer sitting there in a car on a Saturday, I don't think you could even come close to touching every place you want to touch in one day. So it's always going to, so that's something I'm thinking about already. So how that kind of enforcement regime could work is definitely a feasibility issue.
Just to follow in on that, I wonder if, and it may be more for Andy to say, but is there like a way of, I don't know, deputizing like a parking steward, like a lake steward in certain areas to help with that enforcement, if at all?
Vigilante group. Yeah, great idea.
That's what I heard.
Chris,
No,
yeah.
it's-
One direction I thought just right now for the first time as an enforcement opportunity is whether or not there's options to outsource it. So during peak times, you have a company that supplies an officer who can enforce our bylaws, and that way you're not employing them all year long. I don't know.
Yeah, I like that. Angie, did you have your hand up?
No, I was just going to respond to the question from Councillor Richards, and that really does require, like, if we were going to deputize someone, they would have to go through the training, the bylaw training that our own staff do. But the idea that Chris has is probably more of a viable one to look at for sure.
Yeah, I do like that, especially since we know exactly when our peak times are. When it wouldn't be year round, far from it. And there could be just very specific times in the year where that is needed, where the problem is particularly grave. And the return on investment from those activities would warrant the additional efforts. Yeah. Yes, Councillor Richards.
That, or I think we already have like trail staff kind of deputized and road staff kind of deputized to do certain things like that. Could that be extended?
We don't have road staff deputized to do bylaw. But some of our water trail staff are bylaw officers as well. So that could possibly extend into that, yes.
Yeah, I think every idea is an idea worthy of looking at. We can just open the door wide, and the crazier possibly the better. You know, maybe there are some really interesting, innovative solutions out there that has never been tried in a rural area, but would actually work really well. And it would be really fun to hear about those.
Noted. Yeah. Yeah, we like looking into crazy things too, as being transportation nerds. It's actually fun. So yes, that's good to hear.
Affordable crazy things.
Affordable, crazy things.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I think, there is a next slide. We've talked about, well, just one thing on there. So again, and it depends how you're minded, but we've heard stuff about it today, but how things are funded, there's certain places have a philosophy of saying, well, this should be, none of this should be on the tax base. We should have 100%, if we're going to fund parking solutions or enforcement, it should be 100% on the user and not on the general tax base. I don't know if you have any opinions on that, or, I mean, hearing everything's on the table, I guess we'll take that away.
We have to generally agree. We aren't a municipality who has a downtown core per se. So, from my perspective, I would see us looking more at user fees or permitting, pay to play.
I also think there's value in recalling that we are largely a cottage country township, and there are some cottages where there is one individual or one couple who are the taxpayers for that cottage, for that property, but they've got 5 kids and 18 grandkids, and they're all coming up to use it. So how do we recognize that they fit into that household, but they are perhaps using up more of the municipal resources than other people? I don't have the answer for it, but it's our reality. It's just a recognition of our reality here. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I hear is something you touched on before, which was the sort of the threshold idea. So, maybe
That's right.
maybe everyone's equal up until the point where you're bringing 5 SUVs and trailers to the cottage. So yeah, so maybe there's something, and that is applied in certain places like on-street parking permits in the city of Toronto, where, on the street I live. So I can pay a certain amount to put 1 car on the street, but if I want to put 2 cars on the street, the second permit is twice the rate of the first permit. So there's examples of that kind of thing all around. So maybe that's something that helps in this situation, or something that can be thought of.
Just to complicate that a little bit further, we have multiple ownerships of cottages. So, they've inherited, and there's 5 siblings and they share. So 1 week it's one family, 1 week it's another family. So if you were going to go into a permitting system for 1 vehicle per cottage, it's still 1 vehicle, just a different vehicle every week. So it's a different license plate every week.
Yep.
So how would you handle that in that scenario where we're allowing 1, but we've got multiple?
And there, at least, we can probably offer a little bit of information on research that that staff have been doing already. In our environmental services department, we've been looking at how to make 1 landfill card work digitally for various members of a household. To make sure that isn't abused, but that it is legitimately understood that 1 household might have various members who at any time would be dropping off things at the landfill on different weeks or whatever it might be. So there could be some interesting information already in-house there on how that sort of thing could work in Algonquin Highlands. And synchronicity is always a wonderful thing. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself now, but a solution that works in 1 department, if it's possible for it to look similar to the solution in a different department, that's always nice. So there's some consistency, but we're far away from that.
Okay, so I think from here we were going to just leap to the next timing and milestones, but I just want to, so that would sort of be the end of the roundtable-ish section. So I just want to make sure everyone, I guess, especially the Mayor Danielson, you've had a chance to comment to everything you wanted to comment to this point.
I have, I think, this has been a really fulsome discussion that we've had today. You've heard different thoughts and ideas from everyone around the table, and some really, I would say, some really good thoughts and ideas from everyone. So, and I definitely have touched on any concerns that I've got. Of course, you keep hearing me talking about affordability, and we do have to be very cautious because we have, as you said, large geographic area, not so many residents, and we have to be very conscientious about how we move forward with this.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in this room, or staff too, I guess, who have any burning questions that haven't been raised yet? Or thoughts? Or useful thoughts?
No, I think this is a great soup of thoughts and ideas, and some big ingredients and some broth, and there's an awful lot in it, but I've certainly enjoyed hearing it all spoken at the same time at the same table, with a receiver detailing the comments and able to process it and bring it back to us. Yeah, I'm sure I speak on behalf of all of us when I say we really look forward to the following steps.
Thank you. So yeah, that without further ado, so yeah, obviously we're here today for the engagement session, which has been great from our end too. So thank you all for your comments and loading us with great information and great ideas. So as the timing stands now, we are back, I think, virtually, maybe, I'm not sure, on the 29th to report back on the best practices that we've looked at that are sort of informed by what we've heard today, and then get your direction again on that as to what you like, what you don't like, what problems you might see or coming out of a particular example. And then we'll take that and refine it back to get some recommendations, and report back on them on March 5th as the timeline for that. So there's a little bit of, yeah, this is really for us where our work begins, and Michael and I get to put our thinking hats on and come up with what we hope are great ideas that are useful to you. We'll work with Chris and the city staff team as well, just to again make sure we're thinking of everything as we go through this, so we don't come up with a bunch of useless ideas that aren't going to work for you. So yeah, I think that's really it from us, and we've got, again, I got nowhere to be, but we're happy to talk more about parking, but I feels like we're sort of at the end of where we want it to be, and hopefully that's mutual for you. You've had a good chance to tell us what to look at, which stones to look under, and what's ultimately helpful for the township.
Yeah, I can't thank you enough. It's been great. I think you've got a sense of our practical challenges, of our financial realities, and also our priorities of equity and fairness, and affordability. And somehow these things have to find their way home. So I really thank you tremendously for taking on that challenge and bringing back some great stuff for us in the new year.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, everyone. So why don't we've got a resolution to receive. Okay, so could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation? Councillor Shortreed and Barron.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved that council receives a presentation from Stuart Anderson and Michael Gillenardo from BA Group for information.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much, lads, and I will see you in the new year. Safe travels.
Thank you.
home.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
And for the rest of us, shall we break for say 45 minutes? I think, is that enough time for lunch? One or half an hour even? Could we do it in half an hour? I think we could do it in half an hour. So say, shall we say 20 after 1 we'll return? Or is that not what time is it actually?
It's
So what do you recommend?
I would say at least.
1:30, okay, so 1:30 return. Okay, great. Great. Welcome back, everyone. And thanks again to one and all for a really super morning. I thought that was fruitful and engaging and very interesting. And I look forward to seeing what comes of it. We are still on Parks, Rec and Trails. So I invite Chris back to tell us about his monthly activity report for November.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor. Of course, we've come straight into winter here, so it's really just been about getting into winter operations. Earlier than normal ability to get work happening out on the ski trails, so we hope to be able to see those open very soon. Everyone, of course, will be excited as well to get our outdoor rinks up and running, and staff are working on those with the goal of having them open as soon as possible. Folks can always check our website under the rinks conditions page for the most up-to-date, where we'll update when they're open. Outside of that, the tree lightings at the various locations were fantastic events. So, of course, the Dorset tree lighting due to weather had to be rescheduled and is happening tomorrow night. So looking forward to that, and thank everybody for their attendance at those in Oxtongue and here at Stanhope. And just draw council's attention again to the Dorset Recreation Center attendance. Fantastic continuing increased usage there, where we saw a 93% increase over the same month last year of users in the recreation center. So it speaks to the appropriateness of the facility there and how well it's enjoyed by everybody.
Yeah, that's very much what I wanted to comment upon too. Whatever you're doing it right. So that's fantastic to see. Any questions for Chris on his report? No? All right. Then a mover and seconder to receive the report, please. Councillor Barry and short read, please.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, the council receives Parks, Recreation and Trails Report PRT 02625 regarding November monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Are there any words you want to share about the CAMS agreement?
Renewal of the agreement with the Organization for Campsite Reservations that of course allow us to make advanced bookings for the Dorset Tower and the Fall Colors again. There's no change to our previous agreement over our regular per transaction service fees. This would be to authorize entering into a 4-year agreement extension.
Okay, thanks very much. Any questions there? And we'll see that in the bylaws. Okay. Thanks very much, Chris. That's great.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for a good day. Next is the consent agenda. Was there anything that anyone wanted to pull from consent? Then could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the consent agenda? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and enacted in one motion. Each matter of business contained in the consent agenda is recorded separately in the minutes of the meeting, and that Council approves the December 11th, 2025 consent agenda and hereby adopts the staff reports and all recommendations contained therein and directs staff to proceed with all the necessary administrative actions.
All in favor? That is carried. Thanks very much. Great. And building and bylaws next. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Moore.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council. And Madam Mayor. Yeah, another good month last month, consistent with last year's numbers. Looks like we're gonna be ahead of the game at the end of the year as far as construction value and permit fees. Last month, we received over 17,000 in permit fees and a construction value of 2.4 million.
Yeah, there's been a real uptick there. That's really nice to see.
Mhm.
Yeah, good stuff. Any questions for Greg? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive? Councillors Barry and Shortreed. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that Council receives Building Bylaw Report BLDG 01725 regarding November monthly activities for information.
All in favor? It's carried. Thank you.
Yo.
Next up, environmental business. Welcome, Ms. Murray. And first up is the Environment and Stewardship Committee update. If you have thoughts, you'd be very welcome to speak to them. My thoughts, being on the committee, is that we really got a good momentum going. And you'll see that in the next set of minutes, which we'll present at the next meeting, a lot of the ideas have really started to crystallize into to work plans, and there have been leads assigned for each of our work plans to help guide us through. And it's a really productive committee with lots of great stuff on the docket. Is there anything in particular you wanted to raise from that, Melissa?
There were just two requests from the committee that I would highlight, and that was the request to invite Sean O'Callaghan, planner, to provide some information regarding municipal bylaws and provincial regulations. And that was in regard to environmental protection zones. And the other was a request for council support to explore opportunities for a pilot organic waste diversion program or project. And that's just an information, gathering to bring, whether council be interested in the committee, pursuing and looking at ideas there. We do have a committee member who represents ULinks, and he had explained some interesting opportunities that ULinks may be able to be involved with.
And things that obviously in your breadth of understanding of organic waste and what we can and cannot do would fall into the permissible category, certainly. Yeah. Thoughts or questions, Councillor Richards?
Not to take away from the organic waste being a good priority and something we need to focus on, but I'm wondering in the priorities of the environmental committee, there seems to be quite a few. And we talked a year ago, and we talked in previous years about the expensive hazardous waste. And I'm wondering if perhaps it would be beneficial for the committee to prioritize the priorities into getting that moving forward before moving on to a new or additional project.
We did discuss that at length. We discussed your idea of making sure that everybody knew what the alternative spaces were to, to take their hazardous waste materials. And in reflection and further research, it appeared that actually what we're already doing is largely what we can do. Can I ask you to speak to that a little bit? Because you brought quite a bit of that information to us.
Certainly in the township, there are not many opportunities for some of the other materials that are managed through return to retail and programs like that. So many of the hazardous waste that we collect at our hazardous waste events are not part of any of the producer responsibility organizations, and they're not part of the hazardous and special projects regulation. They are all the other materials that are hazardous, and they are not, there is no producer responsibility for them. And essentially, in order to keep those materials out of landfill, it becomes municipal responsibility to manage those. And and that's challenging. It's 100% at the cost of the municipality, also 100% to the benefit of our landfills and our environment. So it's a bit of a trade-off there. One of the directions, that the committee was interested in looking at was, well, what can we do to essentially, reduce that? And that was an emphasis in education to look at planning for the use of hazardous materials and how to avoid the use of materials, and to consider, what is going to be the end of life. If you purchase a pesticide and you don't use it all, there has to be a disposal for it, and that comes at a cost, whether it be environmentally or to the municipality or to an individual. So that's was some of the discussion there, and the thought that maybe that might be somewhere we could have more impact.
Yes.
That's great to know, but in consideration of the survey that went out on it, the fact that many didn't even know about those hazardous materials that are a part of the producer responsibility and return programs. I think perhaps an emphasis on social media is maybe not getting to everyone, even though obviously through social media is where we got those survey responses. But perhaps further education in signage at our landfills would help to educate the public on those hazardous materials programs that there are. I'm sure as any homeowner or cottage owner out there probably goes to Home Depot 6 times a year just to get what they need. They can take their paint cans back there rather than bring them to a hazardous waste day or wait for that one day a year. So I was hoping to see a more comprehensive education tool come out of the Environment Committee on that. And so that's what I'm saying, is there a priority within the committee as to which of these projects you focus on and get done and move on to the others?
Yes and no. By designating leads for each of these priorities, we're asking those people to sort of spearhead thinking about chronology of things, when in the year might be most appropriate to do X, Y, or Z. So there are certain things that can be kicked off and actually completed right away, like our social media calendar for organic waste. We turned around in a single day last year, and we will be building on that and would be able to include hazardous waste material in that. I know that Melissa is always thinking about how we can advertise these things right at the landfill itself. And then there are other parts of the work that would not take place until later on in the year. So in a way, there is a natural flow. We're not doing 4 projects all at the same time. There is a natural chronology, and I think the hazardous waste is sort of planned to be built in at many of these phases. So in the public education, I know you say social media, there's a limit to it, but it is one tool, so it would be built in there. There's a whole other section of work on pesticide use, and that's when we could do a lot of the the life cycle planning that Melissa was talking to, and end of use planning. So it can be built into those things. But in terms of a comprehensive plan, when we looked at how much material actually is able to be taken back to, to producers, it was limited enough that producing brochures and sending them out with the tax, the tax notices, for example, there just isn't enough. There isn't enough there. We also have the Waste Wizard, of course, which helps the user to understand what I can do with this and what I can do with that. And the continual promotion of the Waste Wizard with regards to hazardous waste is also a tool. Yeah. And I think we, later on in the agenda, we're talking about hazardous waste again. And it's an opportunity to, to look at, to think of it in terms of our operations as well. What are the moments of education that we can do when our events are on? Any other questions or comments? Yes, Angie.
If I may, just around the events. Hopefully the committee will this year offer to, during those events, attend them rather than, the expectation that staff would attend. Certainly Melissa can take her turn at the events, but and I know she doesn't mind doing that, but it is helpful if the committee members would also offer their services for that.
We've got more committee members than ever before, and with a, it's quite a refreshed group. So I think there's good scope there for soliciting their participation. Yeah. Anything else then? Okay. Shall we move on to your activity report for November? Oh, should we? Sure, yes, of course, we'll do that first. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive Councillor Barry and Shortreed? Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that the October 21st, 2025 Environment and Stewardship Committee meeting minutes be received for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And now your November report.
Thank you. Just one note that I had, and I had mentioned the Municipal Waste Association Depot Working Group meeting, and I'm not sure if I've had a chance to explain to council sort of what that is. There used to be a depot working group under the CIF, which was the Continuous Improvement Fund. That was a great group of municipalities with depots to get together, share ideas. So that has transitioned. CIF has now at its end of life and has disbanded. So Municipal Waste Association was sort of took on that depot group, and now is a very active group of depot communities sharing ideas. And it was, we had a great meeting, chance to discuss, some of the issues that there've been with the agreements with circular materials. And then we got into discussing, winter operations, what are some of the, challenges that there are there, frozen bins and frozen porta potties, and how do you manage signage in the winter and things like that. Just it was a really nice opportunity to share some ideas. So I look forward to that group growing and developing this week.
Great. That's good news. Thank you. Questions? All right, a mover and a seconder to receive the November report. Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that Council receives Environmental Business Report EB 01925 regarding November monthly activities for information.
All in favor? It's carried. Thank you. So you've now got a renewed contract with AMS. Would you like to, that's next, isn't it, I think? Yeah. Would you like to talk us through any particular changes that you see there?
Thank you. Sorry, I've got my
So Automotive Materials Stewardship is a producer responsibility organization. And for quite a number of years, the township has been contracted by AMS to collect materials in one category of the hazardous and special products regulation for them, and that's antifreeze, oil filters, and automotive containers. And we sort of have a hybrid agreement for that, where it's collection at events, and as well, we have an ongoing collection for automotive containers. So we do get compensation for our event collection, and our collection of containers on an ongoing basis is not included in the overall compensation, as in we don't get compensated per kilogram that we collect, but it is part of the overall contract with them. So with the hazardous and special products regulation, if you collect one material in the category, you have to collect all the materials in the category, and it would be difficult to manage the amount of containers that we get through events. So that's where we sort of extend that into our longer term. Our ECAs allow us to collect them, at all the time. So it's a very helpful and beneficial program from the municipality that way, even though it doesn't have the same compensation as the other materials do. This new agreement has one very beneficial change to it, and that is AMS has now included a minimum payment that they will have for each event. It used to be just compensation based on per kilogram of materials that we collect. We don't tend to collect a large amount of automotive materials at our events, maybe 300 to 700 kilograms a year. So not significant. And we were not being compensated, for the operating cost of events or anything. So this 500 minimum certainly covers more of our costs, and is a little bit, is tipping the balance in the favor of being actual compensation as opposed to an expense.
So it's a good news story.
This is, yes.
This is a good news story. Excellent. Questions on that? All right, a mover and a seconder, please. Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that Council receives Environmental Business Report EB 02225 regarding a municipal automotive hazardous and special products event collection service agreement with Automotive Materials Stewardship AMS for the collection of automotive household hazardous waste, automotive HSP at HHW collection events in the Township of Algonquin Highlands, submitted by Melissa Murray, dated December 11, 2025. And the council concurs with and approves the staff recommendation to enter into a service agreement with Automotive Materials Stewardship effective January 1, 2026. And that a bylaw be tabled to authorize the signing of an agreement with Automotive Materials Stewardship, with the final form and content being to the satisfaction of the environmental manager and chief administrative officer.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So next, you've got a report on depot operations agreement change notice, including one change that you've been hinting might be approaching, and here it is. It's happening. Change order number 1. Would you like to talk us through these changes?
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor, I apologize. So this is again, Circular Materials is a producer responsibility organization, and the township under contract with them collects blue box materials from eligible sources in the township. And that is we're collecting on their behalf so that they can meet their regulatory requirements, both for facilities as well as the amount of materials that they're recovering. So the regulation includes requirements for both of those things. We signed the original depot operations agreement back. It took effect April 1st of 2024. So that's been there for a year. This is a change order to extend that original agreement. It also removes any reference to non-eligible source materials that were in the original agreement. So that was where we were having a reduction in our compensation to account for the amount of eligible source materials, and that's materials from, businesses and if we had schools and institutions, camps and resorts and things like that. So anything that was not a household. So this change order removes all those references. It now, instead of having a materials list, references the regulation for the materials that are included, which is expected. They're only required to collect the materials that are in the regulation. So now they're referencing that if the regulation changed, the materials that are collected would change as well. It does include a change in the scope of the promotion and educational requirements. So during the transition phase, the municipality was responsible for all of the educational materials about what can't be recycled, how it is. That is now the responsibility of Circular Materials. The municipality's responsibility is to ensure, households are informed of the location and the operating hours of collection of our depots. So that's it's not functionally any change. We already do make that information available and already share that information. Because of the reduction in the responsibilities under the agreement, it did come with a similar reduction in the compensation that Circular Materials offered for promotion and education. And which brings along to the final change, and that is a change in the compensation. So the compensation that Circular Materials pays to the township for operation of our depots to collect those materials on their behalf. So it was it was an increase of about 5%. So not as much as anyone would hope, but moving in the right direction. It still does include an annual CPI increase as well. So that is there. And in the report, I don't have a ton of information on it because at the time of writing the report, I didn't have a lot of information. But the other thing we've been talking about are these non-eligible source materials. And Circular Materials has given us an option to what they call blend eligible and non-eligible source materials so that everything can be collected in the same system, in the same bins. And there is a formula that RIPRA, which is the Resource Productivity and Recovery Authority, has developed to calculate what the amount of eligible versus non-eligible source materials is. And that was based on, an average of depot operations, how much material is collected from eligible households. And they determined that was 81 kilograms a year. And so the quantity of eligible materials that the municipality would have would be 81 kilograms times our number of households, which is the amount of materials essentially that will be managed by Circular Materials. Anything above and beyond that would be considered a township responsibility to manage that. And that's, financially responsible as well as, hauling and processing. We still are able to share the same bins. We don't have to provide our own bins. So that is, that's the one option under blending. And as we've always talked about managing non-eligible sources, there still are the original options, and that is to not collect materials from non-eligible sources. So that would put businesses responsible for their own materials. They would not be able to access Blue Box material recycling services at our depots. And the third option is to manage non-eligible source materials as an entirely separate system where as a municipality, we could still operate that system. It would be 100% at the cost of the municipality. And those materials would have to be segregated. There would have to be a separate collection system for those materials. So in our case, be a separate set of bins and, staffing and that sort of thing to manage that. Given all of that, I think blending is a good option. It's not perfect. And it allows us to continue to collect blue box materials from anybody in the municipality at all of our depot, at all of our sites. So to run a segregated system, it would be challenging to do that at all of our sites, and it would be an incredible expense to do that. We would, have to purchase bins and manage those materials everywhere. To manage that at one site, would be easier, but I think that overall our community would suffer because of that. I think businesses, wouldn't be able to travel the distance to bring materials just to one site. So the trade-off is blending may have a bit higher cost. It's hard to know because at current sort of rates of materials, we don't meet the threshold for what eligible source materials are. Unfortunately, because all of this information is very new, the blending agreement I just received at about 5 o'clock last night. So this is very new. The question I don't have the answer to is, if we don't meet the sort of the cutoff point for eligible materials in the materials that we collect, does, technically we're not responsible for anything about that. I'm not sure, nobody's sure where that's going to fall, and I don't take it that we don't meet that that status in that we're not recycling enough. We have great recycling rates and very, very diligent recyclers and conscious community. We just don't manage the same amount as other communities do. And some of that is our seasonal and our transient populations. So might bring some of those numbers up and down depending on where you are. So that's a lot of information. I will open it up to, to questions, and maybe that will just give the opportunity to, to speak further if there are particular aspects of that you'd like some more information on.
Right. So I think I misunderstood what you said earlier on when you were talking about the 81 kilogram threshold. I had it in my mind that if we didn't meet that 81 kilogram per household per year average, that the non-eligible materials could make up the difference before there is an additional cost to the township, but that's not what you were saying. So could you just explain the implications of that threshold again?
So the threshold, 81 kilograms per eligible source, which is, per household, is what the allowable amount of eligible source material is. So in our case, that adds up to about 360 tons of material a year. So that's 81 times our number of households around there. So if we collected 400 tons of material a year, the municipality would be responsible for the handling of 40 tons of material, and that would be classified as non-eligible source material. So that's, just an estimate of the amount of material that's coming from not eligible source material. So businesses, camps, church, whatever it might be. Mm-hmm. And the interesting part is we, for the last 2 years, have collected around 350 tons of recycling material, blue box materials. So we haven't met that 360 ton threshold that we have. So I think, given that we have a very, very small business sector in the municipality, that the amount of material we actually do collect from non-eligible sources is tiny and doesn't even, it doesn't amount to enough to really even bring us up to the next, ton of materials. So, and that's where, we fall under that threshold where from a community that does have a larger business sector. So did that get, okay.
Councilor Richards.
Yeah, that part was really good to know about. I'm wondering, do you have any sense of reasoning as to why it was decided at 81 kilos? Is that just a number they threw at you? essentially without, who knows?
If I may, through Mayor, Deputy Mayor, it is it was just a number that was given. That number and the methodology that, that I've included with my report there was developed by RIPRA. So RIPRA is the enforcing, agency of the regulation. So they determined that, and the very general, rationale for it was that is the typical tonnage from households in depot communities. And it does vary from curbside collection.
Further thoughts or questions, Councillor Berry?
And there's no so if we don't collect any of these things, there's no discussion of working with other municipalities to, I don't know, hit the targets or something. My worry is if we don't collect these things, they just go into landfill.
If I may.
Please.
If we chose not to collect materials from non-eligible sources, our waste management bylaw still does require recycling, so we wouldn't accept those materials in the garbage, but it would be up to individual businesses or the business community or whatever method it comes together that materials would have to be managed separately from our system. So as far as funding it, it's that's a whole other discussion, but it just would fall not under the collection program we have.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I'm pleased that they've come up with the blending methodology, because a year ago or so we had this discussion and we were wondering what to do and how we were going to achieve economies of scale with such a small business percentage of our population being non-eligible. It would just be, completely ridiculous. So I'm happy that they came up with a good enough solution that sounds like it's not going to cost us a fortune, at least not at this point.
Is council satisfied with the recommendation then to proceed with blending? All right, I think we're sold. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Short, moving, Barry. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Daya, if I may. Just as part of the resolution, initially, like Melissa had noted in her verbal report there that she received the blending agreement. So if the mover and seconder is supportive, I'll amend the resolution just slightly to say that, and finally that a bylaw as amended be tabled, and I'll just amend the bylaw to say, instead of a singular agreement, it would be amending agreements, and that will capture the change order agreement, and that will also capture the.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I'll read the resolution. Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved that Council receives environmental report EB 02125 regarding a change order to the eligible community depot operations agreement 2004-00067 with circular materials submitted by Melissa Murray dated December 11, 2025. And that Council approves the staff recommendation to execute change order number 1 effective January 1, 2026. And that Council concurs with the staff recommendation to proceed with blending blue box materials at all township waste management sites effective January 1, 2026, with the management of non-eligible materials being the responsibility of the township. And finally, that a bylaw as amended be tabled to authorize the signing of change order and amending agreement for blending to eligible community depot operations agreement number 2004-00067 with the final form and contents being to the satisfaction of the environmental manager and chief administrative officer.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Okay, and finally, you've got a report on the Product Care Association.
Thank you. It's a bit of a broken record. The township, we are under contract to Product Care Association to collect hazardous and special products under regulation for them. And that's, again, to meet their regulatory requirements as a producer responsibility organization. This is a better agreement than previous ones we've had. The compensation has improved slightly. It's still not in keeping with the actual costs for the municipality to manage those materials, but at least moving in the better direction than it has been. And having a new agreement just more clearly lays out what our contractual requirements are. This is again for collecting at events. The compensation that we're offered covers about 50% of the costs of our materials management costs, and that's just particularly because we've had some pretty significant increases in the last 2 years. Happy to answer any questions.
I see none. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that Council receives Environmental Business Report EB 02025 regarding a municipal hazardous and special products materials service agreement with Product Care Association of Canada (PCA) for the collection of household hazardous waste at HHW collection events submitted by Melissa Murray dated December 11, 2025, and that Council concurs with and approves the staff recommendation to enter a service agreement with Product Care Association of Canada effective March 18th, 2025. And that a bylaw be tabled to authorize the signing of an agreement with Product Care Association of Canada with the final form and content being to the satisfaction of the environmental manager and chief administrative officer.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. That's an awful lot of moving parts, Melissa. Thanks so much for shepherding us through all of that.
Thank you.
Next up is Public Works. Welcome, Mr. Thorne.
Thank you.
And I see Airport Committee minutes are first. Is there anything you'd like to highlight from that, or any members of the committee?
I think if the committee members or council would like to have any questions, I can certainly answer them.
Anything at all? No?
I guess the only thing to highlight would just be that the further on to the discussion we had at projects and priorities was the food truck or the food container that would be coming forward.
Just to add to that comment, the committee has spent quite a bit of time looking at this item. There's been a bit of a subcommittee doing some work on it, and a report will come, I believe, at our January meeting with a proposal. I think the plan is that they wouldn't want to necessarily go ahead and acquire anything until we put out a expressions of interest to see, what a company or a small company might want to do or might need. They also have a cost recovery aspect to what they're proposing. So we look forward to bringing that forward in January and seeing what the council thinks.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Lisa, you didn't have, no? Okay.
I just wanted to make sure the committee's aware that that would be a budget request.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Great. So a mover and seconder to receive that report, please. Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that Council receives the November 28th, 2025 and December 2nd, 2025 airport meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. All right, Big Hawk Lake Road parking options. Do you want to walk us through it?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me. It was good timing for the meeting that we had this morning for this to follow up on it. So basically, we met with the engineer and we've walked through the location. We've come up with a couple different ideas for some parking in the Big Hawk area. The two options that are presented before you, excuse me, are the roadside parking, which is what the plan is that we worked on today. and the potentially the parking lot. So for option A, roadside parking is basically to take the existing road and redesign it and have just under 90 parking stalls. Depending on the layout, we may get more, but potentially it's around 89, 90 parking stalls. And what's involved with this would be to fill in the current ditch that's there along the rock cut between the road and the rock cut. We'd fill that ditch line in, put in drainage, stormwater management system, underground piping, things of that nature, catch basins and whatnot. And then we would put in curbs and gutters and then asphalt the entire area. So basically from the drawings, like you can see, it would be putting in the stalls for parallel parking on a portion of the road, as well as some back in or pull in stalls where the current angle parking is. And then some accessible stalls as well. And then paving the entire area. As far as widening the road, there is no intent to widen the road towards the lake. The guardrail system that is currently there would stay in place. We wouldn't be pushing land into the water or anything like that, moving anywhere close to the water. It would strictly be filling in and widening the road towards the rock cut that's there. If basically as well with this report is if council, my recommendation would be that council makes a decision on the cost option, which would be helpful for us moving forward if some other plans come about. But also that it is staff's recommendation that we hold off on going forward with this project because we want to take a look at the parking lot and then the land that's being proposed through discussions with M&R as well. So it's kind of I wanted to get this out there and get it to council for review, but also at the same time, there's not really a lot we can move forward with on it just yet until we also get the chance to review a design for a parking lot.
And I might ask staff, is there anything based on our conversations this morning that have arisen that would sort of preclude us, in your estimation, from moving ahead with planning on this? I didn't get a sense that there was. I got a sense that we could make some good decisions here without waiting for the plan to come up behind. But what do you feel about that?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, I would agree completely on that. Council identified that continues to be the priority, and but as Adam said, I think the key part here is that council give the direction on which option, and also if you wish to look at a parking lot.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And if I may, because one of the challenges here is obviously the cost of it, and that it only creates about 90 spots. When we were up there and I did my report back in 2020, it was we were looking at over 100 vehicles in that area. So we're still shy of what could be there. So with the cost of on-road parking versus creating a parking lot that could hold 200 cars, I think we really need to weigh that against each other, the cost of a parking lot for say 150 to 200 vehicles versus 90 on-road parking. So I think there's some further information that definitely has to come forward. And then the use of land, where M&R is going to be able to potentially allow us some property, and whether that property is even feasible. The land that we're currently looking at is behind the marina, up the road on Last Turn Lane.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with Last Turn Lane is it's not a municipal road. And we don't maintain it in the wintertime, and it's a snowmobile trail in the winter as well. So that faces a big challenge. But we still haven't got there yet with M&R to see if the land's available.
And can you recall, just ballpark, when you did present those reports back in the day, was there a cost estimation at that time that we could compare against the cost estimations for the on-road parking here?
Yes, but I would have to say that was a 2020 pre-COVID pricing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even to say that it was, Angie, I think you might have it there, but even to say what the cost is, it wouldn't even be close to that now.
But so it would be the lower limit by far of what the cost would be now. I think it's appropriate to say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that would be fair.
so with that, do we I wonder, just for purposes of comparison, because now we do have some pretty accurate, to the best that it can be, costing for the road parking. It'd be interesting to weigh up those two cost benefit, as you say.
Certainly.
Yeah, Councillor Richards.
I do have a couple of questions. I just want to clarify. You're talking about a parking area. You mentioned last turn lane. Did you mean round the Bay Trail?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, because I was trying to figure out where that was.
Yeah, my apologies. That we have a last turn lane and around the bay. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that would definitely be like so much better, and I think makes so many people more happy, is if something could be developed up there. Because although I think this is great, it provides at least some additional parking that helps to ease that burden and looks to be something that you could move forward on quite quickly. The outside of that, 90 parking spots is taking it quite far down the road, kind of past where, the limits of on a busy weekend where it gets to. So to be able to do that up the hill, even though it's up the hill, I think will make the community a lot happier in the long run. And if I remember the numbers from before vaguely in my mind, it's pretty cost comparable. I think it'll be a little bit more, but not,
I think Angie's found something.
I do have it up in front of me, and the Adams report from 2020 looked at purchasing 2 lots from M&R and constructing 2 parking lots, which would have been upwards of 650,000
All in at that time.
at that time. Yeah.
But keep in mind, that was also basically clearing trees and throwing dirt down. So a lot of things have changed since that report, and a lot of locations as well. So when we look at the Big Hawk area, yeah, the parking lot, you're correct, would be further, right around the log chute, essentially just past the log chute is where we would propose 1 to 2 parking lots, depending on how many vehicles we can get into one parking spot on the riverside of Big Hawk Lake Road. Because we were going to encompass a trail down to the log chute, essentially like an accessible trail to the lookout at the log chute. But like I said, there's a lot of other factors that are coming into play that we would source out, as well as the hill going up to the M&R property is extremely steep.
Yeah.
So people walking down that in the wintertime would pose a huge challenge for municipal staff to keep that cleared and sanded and things of that nature. So there's quite a few hurdles that we have to get over first, and through conversation with MNRF, and we'll certainly be able to flush all that out. But I would presume we would be in the same ballpark price range, over $1 million for a parking lot, no matter where we put it.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, on that, like, in my mind, we've really been focused on seasonal summer parking for the most part. Although we did run into a problem last year because of the parking on the road. But to me, an extension of the log chute parking area would suffice in my eyes for the winter parking needs, because they're on snowmobiles anyway, so they're having to transit regardless of their distance. They're not walking, they're snowmobiling. Versus up the hill with the steepness, it's not as much of a concern in the summertime. And they already do kind of park up there in that crown parking area. The topography of the area is a challenge. So it'd be interesting to see, what does have to be done up there to make it viable. And it probably lead to more costs for sure. Is there any indication or thoughts that you may have on how long it's going to take you to get through these discussions with M&R to see if we can do this?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to be honest with you, I don't. We've had the discussion with them, and I think we're just waiting to hear back on what the possibility is.
question to those of you who are representing the area and know it so much better. Is this necessarily an either or conversation, or should we, or could we potentially be thinking about both as a solution? And I know both is an awfully hefty cost, but we are now really starting to talk about some kind of permitting system or pay-per-use or whatever it might be. So if those finances were to prove adequate, do you think there is enough demand to consider both, or does demand only require one or the other?
Actually, if I could comment, I'm glad you raised that, because that's something that during the course of this discussion I've been thinking, gee, I wonder if we could do a combination of both, not necessarily full projects of both, but a combination. I tended to support the roadside parking option initially, but I guess I was thinking in terms of the earlier parcels that you had identified, Adam. And a lot of the folks in the area had said, well, that's too far away, that's too far down the road. This idea of developing a parking spot up the hill in that proximity is sounding good, but it's obvious that there's more investigation that needs to take place. And obviously something like this is going to have a huge impact on our budget. But I kind of like the idea of looking at the possibility of blending two projects without necessarily doing all parking lot or all roadside parking.
Realizing, as I'm sure we all do, that if you do half of one and half of the other, it doesn't mean half the cost of one and half the cost of the other.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
But what you may find though is if you decided to do roadside parking and a small parking lot, you might find that the cost is less. Well, it wouldn't be less, but it would be more efficient because you have the contractor there doing both at the same time versus one, this year and one next year, let's say. But again, we would just have to source out what the parking looks like and then downsize it or pick an option or upsize it depending on what council chooses.
Councilor Richards.
In consideration of the challenges that we're seeing in the winter with plowing and the roadside parking, I could see, the benefit of having both. Particularly if we're looking to do some kind of permitting system, some paper use for canoeists versus residents. It would help to have that parking area for residents there and then paper use along the roadside or for overflow. But it would also help in the winter where that parking probably would not be considered accessible in the winter. So I do see the benefit. Of course, I am weary of the financial impact of all of that.
And certainly if council so chooses to do roadside parking and wants to recover some of the cost of it, it wouldn't be much different than a plan like what Toronto has. And we spoke about that earlier, roadside parking with a pass.
Yeah.
You could offer those passes to residents first, or you could to people on the lake. We could come up with some kind of a system for it. There is options out there to try and recover some of the costs of it, should council choose to go that route with roadside parking. So, and then we'd also want to address a snow clearing option as well, that on a certain time of day, at a certain day of the week, you can't park there so that staff can get in there and clear it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do see the benefit to both, and I see the benefit of a blended option. It would be great to give you some concrete direction today, but I think we're all so curious to know what the upper parking lot might evolve to, bearing in mind that we have no time frame for it. So to stop progress on the roadside while we wait for information from M&R, who knows how long that would take. It's a tricky little conundrum that we're in, but I'd love to get you some actual direction today. Mayor, where are you sitting with this conversation?
Well, I think I'm hearing, some positive thinking about looking at a blended option. And to me, that takes Mike. See, Angie's got her hand up. Maybe I'll let her go ahead before I carry on.
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's really important to look to the future on this. And I really think that a blended option is just a Band-Aid. I honestly think that if we're planning for the future, they're both big projects. But you know, looking back at the previous conversation that council had, we wanted to start with the roadside parking and then look at a parking lot. And I still think that that's what council should be doing. You know, picking an option today, giving Adam that direction, he still has to bring back financial, how we're gonna fund it at an, you know, upcoming meeting. So that will give some time to work a little bit more with M&R on parking lot options. But I don't think one should negate the other.
Hearing that, you know, I'm thinking that even if we were to develop a parking lot, that we're still going to have roadside problems. We're still going to have people parking on the road. We're still going to have enforcement issues. You know, so I guess I'm kind of back to, at this point in time, if we were to pick an option, I don't like to say, let's just not do anything. I'd like to continue to investigate, look at costs, look at, you know, what we're dealing with M&R. And I guess I'm kind of back to the roadside parking. That's where I started, and I think that's where I'm landing right now, because of the safety issues that are associated with that particularly.
Yeah, you know, I tend to concur. I think starting with the roadside, knowing that that doesn't mean we don't do the parking lot. It gives us the time to obviously explore with M&R, but also fulfill this beautiful conversation on parking philosophy. Because it could be that by the time we get to the end of the parking philosophy conversation, we will have a financial model that could feed into our decision making about the lot. And could optimize who uses it on what basis and at what cost. And that could really change the ball game. But in the meanwhile, we're helping to solve the safety concern at the roadside, as the mayor has pointed out. We can get it done in our time frame, which is now.
Sorry, I didn't mean to chuckle, but you know what, when you say now, the likelihood of it happening now is not great.
Not right this very minute, but certainly faster than the M&R could probably pump out an agreement. Yes, Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I really do feel that it is a good idea to widen the road. Even what I'm seeing this year with our, you know, ahead of schedule snowfall that we're getting so much of, we're already, you know, encroaching into a very narrow road without a lot of ability to park on the sides. So I think it's for safety for staff, for clearing, for the community that we proceed with widening the road, alleviating the parking challenges a little bit temporarily while we wait for the bigger, better lot to come along.
Councillor Barry.
I agree with the long-term planning. I do think that the immediate road widening and parking there is going to alleviate a lot of that. And I do support down the road, putting money into some M&R property there. That being said, depending on what's coming forward with the other parking issues that we have in the municipality, it might not be a case of we do both consecutively up at the Hawks. I see the parking road work right now as the priority and maybe coming back to the other parking lot and still proceeding with learning about like land ownership or leasing or whatever that may look like. But that's kind of where I sit.
Because inquiring minds want to know, could you remind us at what point in the year, whichever year it is, would this work take place? Is it something that we can avoid in the heavy summer season?
Yeah, it's funny. We actually had this conversation while we were walking up and down the road with the engineer. It's difficult because we would have to look at their timelines and put that into the tender because really your time for getting the work done in the fall is definitely ideal, but it's not ideal for some of the products that we would be using, concrete, asphalt, things of that nature. So I would definitely stress that to our engineer that we would try and plan this around after the summer season. But it could be like construction starts after Labor Day weekend and then, it goes through till it's finished or the snow flies. So we'd have to definitely take a look at that. Yeah.
And I do recall from housing construction experiences that sometimes there are things you can do, well, in this case, it would be in the spring that you then let go of, and then the space is used, and then you continue the project in the fall. Do you think there's any part of this that could be accomplished in the spring before the great rush?
Well, I think that if council say approves the project in January and it goes to tender, I can't see anything being any kind of construction starting until March, April. So if there's anything that we could do, certainly we would add it or start on it. But I can see a lot of it being roadside, like even the brushing, it wouldn't take long to brush the road back, and we could do that in the spring, certainly. But once you start filling in the ditches and constructing the stormwater management system and digging up the road to put culverts in, then you're right into the mix of the season. So I think it would be a challenge, but we certainly would look at it to try and make it easy for everybody.
Okay, Councillor Sharp-Reid.
I'm in agreement with roadside parking. I'm just curious, how many spots do you think would be optimum? We won't get it, but like, how many are we gonna be short, just out of curiosity, like 20, 50?
Sorry, how many we would be short?
Yeah, like.
Well, when we did the
number-wise.
count back in 2020, I want to say there was the report, Angie, I don't know if you still have it, but I think there was 300 cars between both locations. That's Big and Little Hawk. But I want to say it was around 120 cars, I think we counted on Little Hawk and sorry, on Big Hawk. And that was from the marina all the way to the top of the hill, just past the log chute. So if that was the case, I'm gonna say we're probably about 20 short of that day that we were there and took the pictures and counted the vehicles. So again, though, thinking ahead, if we did decide to do a blended, project and we decide to build a parking lot, there is a lot of other factors in there, trailers and things of that nature too. So
Yeah, Angie, and then Lisa.
Just to clarify the numbers, back in 2020, it was calculated there were approximately 109 water access lots on Big Hawk Lake and 100 on Little.
So if there's space for 89 to 90 in the new format, is there anything that would stop people from continuing to use the rest of the road in the old way?
well, I think if council is gonna do roadside parking, that there should not be any parking outside of what we're about to build. That enforcement should be there enforcing it, or we're kind of, what's the point of what we're doing, right? So
I wonder where the extra people would park.
well, there's the parking at the log chute, like just past the log chute.
Okay,
There's
yeah.
that gravel area in there that could, potentially have a spot for that. There's also the parking up behind the marina on the M&R property, like that we didn't take into account those vehicles up there. And I would say between the two, there's got to be 20 spots at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lisa, I skipped right over you.
And then we talk about trailers. I just wonder how this plan would help alleviate some of the trailer.
Well, it really wouldn't.
It wouldn't.
It wouldn't. Yeah, because the roadside parking and parallel parking and backing in or pulling into those parking stalls wouldn't accommodate trailers.
So then my second part of that question is going with this is it gonna fix the problem, or is it just going to be a Band-Aid? Because we're gonna still have the trailers.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, well, it would fix the safety issue, right? It would fix the liability and safety issue that we currently have with vehicles blocking the road, snow removal, things of that nature. It would repair that because now they're no longer on the road. So now they're off the road. But it doesn't change the current situation we have, where if trailers are left on the road, bylaw still has to go up and tag them and try to get a hold of the owners and then tow them away. Yeah, it wouldn't change that.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I see this as being a help to address the dire safety issue. But it's just a beginning. It's certainly not an end. And we need to get further along with the M&R and a bigger overall plan.
Yeah, I agree. But it's an important beginning and it's a really good beginning. And I think with the possibility of cost recovery via permit system or whatever it might be, you know, we could limit the hit on the taxpayer to a certain degree by what we decide in the coming months. And that's really good too. So you know, I think we should go ahead. I do. Anyone with a different opinion on that? Yes, Councillor Richards.
Just for clarity, are we saying go ahead or go ahead and wait for budget time?
Go ahead and wait for go ahead and wait for budget.
Go ahead with planning and consider it during budget time.
Yeah. Yes, Angie.
I think Adam's asking for in his report, the council selecting option. And that council will direct that a financing plan come back to council for review. And also that we explore future parking lots through parking velocity discussion. So yes, the option and direction to come back with financing.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Richards.
I lost track of one of my other questions. In the options of, 1 through 6, can you just help me to figure out what those variances are? You mentioned like it's materials, but are you in agreement with option 6? Like, what is the difference from option 1 to option 6?
Yeah, so I am in agreement with option 5 as presented, and with the same merits that the engineer came forward with. I believe in this section we should be using the asphalt versus a surface treatment, and that's a huge cost difference between asphalt. That's why we don't use asphalt really on any of our other roads, is strictly the cost of it. But in this situation with parking and vehicles being stopped and turning their wheels in a stopped position, the surface treatment on a hot day, it'll tear it up and it doesn't go back. Whereas asphalt, you can see it marks it, but it doesn't wreck the road by any means. Once the heat gets on it again, it goes back to the way it was. So that's a huge factor there. Also, concrete, the amount of concrete being used in curbs, the asphalt being used on the other side of the curb as well. So if you can envision the road surface, and then there'll be a curb and gutter, which is going to be asphalt, and then there's asphalt up on top of it as well. That allows for any surface water to run across that asphalt instead of picking up organic material and putting it into the catch basins. There's quite a few other little things too, but it's all strictly just the amount of material going into it. The engineer, the project manager, and myself, after reviewing it, all agreed that this was the best option for the cost and what we're looking for longevity.
And are there types of guarantees or warranties to this work that will last well into the future? Because if this should fail mid-season, worst case scenario, that's a pretty serious consequence. So how do we protect ourselves?
Yeah. So through most projects like this, there's definitely environmental engineering that comes into play. And I learned a lot about this actually on the garage project where they do compaction testing. They bring in an environmental engineer to take compaction testing, and then they document all that. So yes, there is a warranty. We would have a warranty on the project, and then we also follow that up with engineering specs. So a road has to be built to a certain specification. It has to be compacted to that specification. Culverts that are being put in have to be sized appropriately, and then again compacting around them where there's going to be failure. So things of that nature are all looked at in projects of this size, and then again warranty would be put in place. Yep.
Did you have your hand raised?
Just in that consideration, so asphalt would be utilized on the entire road or just the parking side of the road? And would that be continued like all the way down to the landing, or would it just be that, little area there?
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, the whole project, right from the start of it, right to the landing would all be asphalt. Yeah, it would be asphalt straight through. Anywhere it's surface treated and currently gravel, it would be asphalt. Lines painted, curbing, gutters, the guardrails, I believe, are staying in place unless they find something wrong with them while they're going through it. Yeah, and then it would be all brand new essentially, and then asphalt and cleaned up. So line painting would be put in place to show the stalls. There would also be line painting on the shoulders to show, the edge of road essentially, which would be paved right to the guardrails for walking. Yeah.
Councillor Berry.
Just reflecting on the presentation from the people up there. One of the big concerns was the further away you are from the marina, the darker it is. So would lighting be a consideration?
Lighting was not a consideration in this project.
Electricity supply, though, is something I wonder about. For example, and we're not there yet in the conversation, but if we did do a pay-per-use for non-residents, there might be the option of having like a ticket counter or something like that. And I just wonder, is that something that you think could be retrofitted, or would we have to know that in advance?
It's actually funny you bring that up because I was thinking about that earlier today when we were talking about this. And, like the QR code or a solar panel system or gates of things of that nature. I do believe there is power right in that area with hydro poles and things of that nature. So I just made a note of it for streetlights actually, and for a parking device. Very similar to what you would see in the city where you go up and you can pay for your parking and get a ticket or something along those natures. So I've made a mark of it, and I will ask if that's a possibility, and could even be put in as 2 provisional items, streetlights
Right.
and
Yeah.
a parking device or the conduit at least
Right.
for a
Yeah.
parking device. Have one on each end, say.
I think that's a great idea. Yeah, Angie.
Just if that's what council directs, and Adam, just to make also another note is, we've heard many times about night skies, and now we're asking for more lighting. So if we could just be cautious of what we include in the tender, if that's the direction, about downward lighting and I don't want to say dim lighting, that's not the right word, but not these glaring, lights, but that will be an issue.
And I don't know what the municipal standard is, but I don't know if there is like a motion controlled street lighting possibility where for the, those nights when there ain't nobody there, it's a completely dark. I don't know the industry standard. Yes, Councillor Richards.
That would be absolutely lovely.
Mm.
I really wish that option existed, particularly for me.
Oh, I bet, yeah.
I will say that nobody actually lives along that stretch from the log chute to the landing. So the dark skies thing, it wouldn't be in anybody's view, although it's always nice to keep, lighting to a minimum, but particularly if it could be turned off and we can save the energy when there's nobody around.
There is something to be said about the glow that happens though. And I think that's a real killer even from kilometers away. That can really ask a good photographer and they'll be able to tell you tons. Yeah. Provisional items, I think that's a really, really wise idea. Thank you for looking into that.
Yeah, and I mean, we can, I don't know enough about what they have for streetlights in the sense of, can you get a sensor? Can you get I know they come on obviously through photocell and motion. I don't know if you can do a motion sensor on them. I don't know what's out there, but
Yeah.
I'm sure if we can think it's probably there. So it'll be something that I'll add in and see what we can come up with.
Okay. Great. Is everyone comfortable with option number 5? All right, could I have a mover and a seconder then? Councillors Berry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council receives Public Works Report PW 03125 regarding the 2025 Big Hawk Lake Road parking options submitted by Adam Thorne and dated December 11, 2025. And that council directs staff to proceed with roadside parking option 5, and that staff bring back a report with a financing plan to fund the project for consideration with provisional items to be included. And finally, that council directs staff to bring back a report for council's consideration for the future of exploring parking lots after the parking plan discussion has been completed.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Thanks for your work on that, Adam.
Thanks very much. It's a good day. We're having a really good day. There's a lot of really great stuff happening in Algonquin Highlands today. Yeah, very proud. So on to your monthly report, please and thanks.
Thank you. This is for October. Status quo for most of it. We've been working away on different projects, trying to get to the year-end projects before the snow flew, which thankfully it didn't start happening until well into November, which was good. Other than that, I mean, fuel sales at the airport were still up, which was really good for jet fuel. I mean, that is always the case for us. When jet fuel is up, it's usually a bad day for someone else, which is unfortunate. So just kind of how it works. But again, we took quite a bit of fuel for the M&R. We finished up a couple burials in October. We actually had a couple in November as well. And then if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Anything? No. All right, thank you for that. Mover and a seconder to receive. Councillors Shortreed and Berry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Berry. Be it resolved, the council receives Public Works Report PW 03325 regarding November monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. So on to our next important move for our community, the Oxtongue Lake accessibility plans. Do you want to walk us through those options?
Yes, thank you. So as council is aware, we were working on different accessibility plans for the facilities throughout the township, and this is just one of them. Before you is 3 designs that our engineer has come up with for an accessible building. As my report explains, that most of the designs are pretty much very similar in nature. I think that staff is recommending that option 3 is the best option for us, as it doesn't require the use of an elevator or a mechanical lift. Building a wooden ramp, it seems very feasible and cost effective for this location. We wanted to keep the structure of the building very natural. We didn't want to take away from the front entrance of the building for the aesthetics and the history of the building. So it made sense to go on the back side of it. So also the building itself isn't very large. So trying to create a bathroom inside the building, even if it was in the basement, is really not feasible. So this addition on the backside made the most sense. It also allows for an access from the the backside of the building. So essentially there's 2 emergency exits on the backside on the main floor. One would be going out the accessible walkway. The other would be going out onto a wooden deck that would also give you access to the park. So, you can envision somebody in the park playing, and then they want to come in the community center. They don't have to go all the way around to the front of the building. They can just go up the stairs and into the building. The existing bathrooms that are in the building would be removed, and then the basement would be basically left as it is. The entrance would be left as it is, minus a new door. We would be putting a new door on the front, an accessible door. But yes, the accessible ramp on the back, the washroom, and a coat room, storage room is what we're proposing here.
Thoughts from Council Berry.
I spoke with you earlier. I'm happy to hear in the report, it's called pathway, but I'm happy to hear that it's a ramp. I'm in the thick of accessible parenting, and a ramp sometimes is just an easier thing to use than a lift. So I'm quite happy with the recommendation, and hope that we can maybe be successful in some accessibility funding for this project.
I've got a question, probably not for this phase, but thinking about a future phase. If we've got the accessible washroom upstairs, is there any benefit to removing the ones downstairs and creating a bigger space downstairs, or do you think that would be a bit of a waste of funding to renovate that? Would it offer anything?
Well, it's tough to say. I'm a pretty tall guy and I walk down in that basement and I catch that beam approximately in the chin. So it's really hard and I don't know what that would look like moving forward. I would have to have the engineer take a look at the structure of the building because I don't think, I know the bathrooms can be removed, but I don't know if the structure around the bathroom can be removed.
Okay, I
I
see.
think it holds up portion of the building. I think the walls are structure. So I'm not too sure about that. We'd have to look at that.
At another time.
Yes, for sure. And one of the biggest struggle is though, is the height.
Yeah.
The height of the ceiling is really difficult.
Councillor Barry.
Just given that there are existing bathrooms and an existing kitchen, would the additional bathrooms trigger to have to do an upgrade on the septic system?
So I did speak with our CBO and no, it did not.
Yeah, good question. I think the plans look great. I'd be delighted to have a conversation with the community about them, get a little bit of feedback, get some input, recognizing that this would not be a conversation to tweak the technical design of a thing, but I still think it would be a lovely thing to engage the community on. What might be the scope for that possibility?
That would be entirely up to you and council. If you would like to have some public input on it, by all means. We talked a lot about surveys recently, so I don't know if communications coordinator could work on a survey of some assortment. Again, you're really limited to the design. You know, these are engineers that came in and looked at this, so without changing the current design that they have would be a cost to us, you know, if someone came up with a completely different idea. But I mean, there is certainly, you know, input on colors, flooring, other options that could come up with things like that. But I mean, I guess the sky's the limit with what council would like to see in that survey.
Or
another thing that we do need to keep in mind is that that this might become something that is shovel ready, waiting for accessibility funding. So we may likely have a little bit of time. It's hard to say about when that funding might be available. I would be a little, I like the idea. And I do want to say that I'm really glad that the effort has been taken to preserve the front of the building, because I know, you know, what that building means to the community. I would want to be very cautious with the survey if it gets into people offering different ideas for design. But as Adam said, there's all kinds of opportunities for them to say, you know, with respect to colors or ramps or what we might do outside. I just think we need to have some caution there.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. And as I say, I don't think asking questions about technical design would, you know, would be an open door. But there are three options here, and I wonder if the primary users of the space would have a sense of which option would work better for them and their needs and their community. It's more about looking at the three options, but not offering an opportunity to alter them in any way. Yes, Councillor Richards.
I don't have a problem in letting the Oxon community vote on which option they prefer. But do you have a sense of your community where they would like to see things? Or you use that facility yourself, right?
I do, but I don't have any mobility issues. So I think it's more of the users who would really have a life-changing experience from the ramp, for example. It would be really interesting to hear their thoughts. There might be, as in all things, there might be some things that they will immediately recognize that would put option one above the threshold of option three, for example, that it wouldn't occur to me or anyone sitting around the table. And I think it's just a lovely way of engaging our community. Yeah, yes, Adam.
And I agree with you on that sentiment. I think it's also important to understand, and that one of the reasons why we looked at option 3 is the most feasible option is the lift. Although there isn't a lot of cost differences between the projects, installing a lift or not, but the ongoing maintenance.
Yeah.
We already have lifts in our municipality, and you can see, well, one lift is down and it's taking forever to get it fixed, or replaced. And that's a huge challenge that we could be facing, not to mention the annual services that they require. So just keep that in mind when you're having those discussions, that although maybe a lift might be better for the building because that's the nice thing to have, there is ongoing costs which would far exceed what we get in rentals on that building.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's certainly there. Yeah. Could we put that task, the comms coordinator to think about that? Okay, that'd be great. Yeah, I'm sure you'd get a lot of responses. It would be really nice to hear people's feedback.
We might want to have a look at that survey before it goes out, in case
Okay.
we want to add anything to it.
Great. Now, now we don't know which option it would be, but we do know what the uppermost cost would be if the most expensive option were to be chosen. So staff is looking for some instruction on whether to place this on hold until a funding opportunity becomes available, or to request a report for options to fund this project in 2026. Where's council landing on that?
I think we need to get a financing plan. I really would hesitate to say that we can automatically move forward in 2026, depending on the other projects that we've got. We've got some big ticket items here, and I don't think we can assume that we can move forward in 2026. It would be more when funding becomes available. In the meantime, we've got lots of time to get input from the community.
Yeah. So you would, Madam Mayor, you'd prefer to, recognizing that getting some external grant money is the ideal, you would like to see a report come through for options to fund for 2026. So option B.
Well, I would ask the other members of council.
Indeed, yeah. What do others think? And Angie, do you want?
So Mayor, just for clarification, that what Adam has included in the report, you're asking for both options to be included. I just want to make sure if that's what you're asking, because option A is to place it on hold and be funding ready, or option B is bring back a financing plan to finance in 2026.
Well, I know you and I spoke about financing plans not too terribly long ago, and it might be helpful for us to see what a financing plan would be for something that we could consider when we're doing budget deliberations.
Do you know, from your experience, if we were to look at a funding plan included in the budget for this year, if a funding option, if a grant option came available, are municipalities sort of precluded from eligibility if they've already started the work and they've already sort of determined funding?
Yes, enabling accessibility. There's two streams that I've seen around accessibility last year, and enabling accessibility is the big one, and there will still need to be some options for budget time, because enabling accessibility last year was 200,000 per project. And then there was another stream that was, you could top up another application and it was 60,000. So there's still going to be some budget indications should we apply next year. So we'll need to take that into consideration, but you can't have started the project. Okay.
Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I would like to see both options. I know this is something that's really important to the Oxon community. They've been wanting this for years. There's a lot of people up there with accessibility issues that want to be a part of everything going on at that community center, and they kind of get seasonally pushed out. because of the lack of accessibility. So I would like to, at the very least, deeply consider it. And so if we could see the options on both, maybe that'll help us alongside the rest of the budget. Hopefully not have to make the tough decision, but at least be informed to make it if we have to.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Others? Yeah, Councillor Shortreed.
I agree too. We don't know what's coming with the budget. I mean, we do and we don't, but it'd be kind of nice to, if there was a chance that we could, then yes. If not, then we're ready.
And it sounds like a bit of a financing formula would have to be created anyway, as you say. So maybe it's just an A, B, and C scenario. Yes.
Sorry, I just want clarification. If this is a budgeted item, that would disqualify any accessibility funding?
No, what we have to do is we have to be ready, design ready. And we can't have started the project in order to apply. But what we will need to do is budget our portion. Essentially, council could budget the whole project in the event that we don't get funding, or we could budget our portion of what we would need to fund the project and assume we'll get the fund. So there's a couple of things we'll need to consider at budget time.
All right, so given your answer, I'm sort of considering option A. However, I would be interested in the financing for those budget purposes. That is where I stand.
Yeah. Is that claro como agua for you? Madam Mayor, you're content?
I'm just looking at the drawings. Yes, I am.
Okay. Could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillor Shortreed and Councillor Richards.
I have crafted, but if supportive of you, Deputy Mayor, I'll just have the CAO review it.
Of course.
To make sure I've captured what council's decided, and then I could read the resolution.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, wait. Just take the. Right? I can take it, but just remove that part, everything's okay. Yes, okay. I apologize, Deputy Mayor.
No, not at all.
Can I have the mover and seconder again?
It was Councillor Shortreed and Richards.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that council receives Public Works Report PW 03625 2025 Oxon Community Center Design Options submitted by Adam Thorne and dated December 11, 2025. And that council directs a survey be developed for the community consultation and brought back for council's consideration. And finally, that staff prepare the project to be shovel ready for potential grant funding opportunities along with the finding.
So, okay. And that is, I wonder if we should bring that forward so that he's not waiting too long, or?
Deputy Mayor Dayu, I was supposed to have a
I'm
delegation this morning to deal with the shoreward allowance.
I'm sorry, it's not a public meeting. We don't accept comments from the gallery during a public meeting.
Delegation.
And you can refer to staff after this meeting with regards to that, because this is not the time.
Dealt with this morning.
Can we please take a recess? Thank you. Great. Thanks, everyone, for your swift return. Given the packed nature of our agenda today, and the fulsome conversation we had earlier, I think we're going to do a bit of a switch. We're going to go into closed now and then resume our normal council session after that. So could I please have a mover and a seconder to go into closed? Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, the council adjourns its open session at 3:30 p.m. in order to proceed into closed session for the purpose of discussing the following: personal matters about an identifiable individual in accordance with Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act 2001, 25 SO 2001 as amended, legal matters, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality, and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege in accordance with sections 239(2)E and F of the Municipal Act 2001, C25 SO 2001 as amended, administrative tribunal matter.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. We're now down to fire services business. I wonder if I could have a mover and a seconder to receive the report and to confirm the hiring of a new firefighter. Councillor Shortreed and Councillor Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the council receives fire services report FD 1125 regarding November monthly activities for information, and the council hereby appoints Christina Barry as a firefighter to Station 80.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Welcome, Madam Treasurer. So you have some year-end reserve, a year-end reserve report to offer us. Do you want to give us your highlights there?
Thank you. This is just our standard report. At this point, we haven't finalized all of our final budget transfers out of the reserves for the projects and priorities that were done for 2025. So an updated report will be provided once year-end activities have been completed. And then operating surpluses and so forth will also be transferred at year end too. So there'll be a more in-depth report provided in January. But most importantly, what we've traditionally done here is we've received council's direction as to which reserve should receive the revenues from the sale of the shoreline road allowances annually. And for 2025, as of November, we're looking at $265,146.
Thanks very much. I think spiritually there's been an inclination towards docks and landings in previous years, but every once in a while there's a really important project with no obvious source of funds, and this is always a good opportunity for that. Do staff have any recommendations one way or the other?
I don't have a specific. I mean, we can continue with the docks and landings as traditionally has spoken. The other option, because there are so many projects, is to put it to the infrastructure reserve so it can be divvied out to the various projects if needed. But that's totally council's direction, and the CAO may have something like a different decision on that as well.
And as we say every year, we can change reserves anytime we choose to and need to, can't we? So how do people feel about docks and landings? Is that a good destination, Councillor Richards?
Yeah, I like the spirit of it being docks and landings, given that it's shoreline sales, and typically those with shorelines use our docks and landings. So I think it's the spirit is to go towards that. But as we all know, it could be moved at any time.
Anyone opposed? All right, I think we've got an answer. So could I have a mover and a seconder to effect that recommendation? Councillor Barry and Councillor Richards.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that the council receives report TT 3025 regarding 2025 year-end transfers submitted by Jean Hughes and dated December 11, 2025. And the council concurs with the recommendations made regarding the adjustment of the year-end transfers related to projects and purchases. And that council directs staff to transfer the revenue from the sale of shoreline allowances to the docks and landings reserve.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I wish everyone a Merry Christmas.
Thanks. On to administration business. First up is the Dorset Museum Committee. Is there anyone who would like to speak to that? I do have one question there. I wonder if one of the committee members have any highlights or no? I did note that there is a question about the heat control, the climate control in the archive room. Is that something that it's been taken care of? Excellent. Okay, that's fantastic. So if I could have a mover and a seconder to receive that report. Councillors Shortreed and Richards.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved, the council receives the October 29, 2025 and the November 25th, 2025 Dorset Museum meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Cost of living adjustment. This is another conversation that we have each year. Madam Mayor, I wonder if I could put you in the seat to speak first to this, because I know you've given this some good thought.
Yeah, I thank you. And thanks, Angie, for your report and recommendation. I found it interesting to note that the other 3 municipalities or lower tier municipalities had all landed on 3.5. And I just thought it was appropriate that we maybe stay in line with them. That's just my recommendation that we land at 3.5, but obviously other members of council may have thoughts on that.
I put it to others. Yes, Councillor Shortreed.
I agree 100%.
Okay. What do others think? I also tend to agree. I think this if it's been repeated 3 times, it's probably an indication that some good thought has gone into it and it has been considered fair. And it is in line with the average of previous years. So I'm in favor. Is there anyone particularly opposed or with a different idea? All right, I think that's a resolution then. Could I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillors Richard and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the council receives report CAO 01125 regarding the cost of living adjustment for 2026 submitted by Angie Bird and dated December 11, 2025. And the council hereby approves a cost of living adjustment of 3.5% to become effective January 1st, 2026 for council, staff, and volunteer firefighters in accordance with the township's cost of living policy.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next, we have proposed office renovations, given our increased staff complement. Would you like to lead us in that conversation?
I sure can. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The report's before council, and I did give a bit of a history on our renovations that we've completed since 2017, and also the positions that we've added. And we've grown exponentially, that's for sure. And it seems like each time we do a renovation, we're already out of space. So we are looking at council, looking for council's approval to do some further renovations. I did include some draft plans that council, they're very small and I apologize for that, but for council to look at in hopes that we would be able to add an office in between the CBO and the deputy. It would also mean possibly doing some renovation to the kitchen. It would make it smaller. But there would still be a kitchenette that staff would and council would be able to enjoy with regular amenities, just smaller. It would add an office space in that area. It would change where you enter the bathroom out into the hallway space. And further renovation would be proposed to be downstairs, would add another space, office space downstairs, as well as a small washroom, which is a needed amenity as well. And so we're hopeful that council supports that idea. It will be, I think, at that stage, we'll be out of options for renovations unless we renovate this room, of course. And given the WSIB rebate that we received this year, I'm proposing that we would use that money. We're estimating approximately $40,000 to do those renovations, and it would be done by staff with the exception of electrician and plumbing and HVAC. So so looking for council's thoughts, happy to answer any questions.
Did you, with senior staff in your conversations, consider just saying, all right, it's time to expand?
We've talked about that, definitely. Right now, the only place to expand to is out into the parking lot or going up. Council, where we do have some reserve money starting to plan for that future addition. But the more immediate need and the easiest way is to renovate at the moment in order to accommodate what we need right now. It would need to be a longer term plan to do an addition. Council will recall it was $500,000 to just over $500,000 to do the addition a number of years ago. If we were going up or out that way, you could double return. So at least. And so it was thought that this was the most economically feasible way and quickest way to get some room in our building. Thoughts? Yes, Councilor Richards.
I wonder if we're gonna end up in the community center for council. But has there been any consideration to other facilities, office space? Like, you know, does everyone have to be in this building? Could it be maybe even in Dorset or even the community center, like renovating the basement there? Like, has there been any consideration to those?
Yes, definitely. We've had many conversations about our options because we want to maximize what we do, obviously, for our taxpayers. And you know, currently there are staff in the basement at the community center. Our maintenance staff, that's where they're housed. There is value in having particularly department heads in one facility. Even, you know, that's the purpose of the offices being proposed in the kitchen area, is having, when CJ goes back to his deputy position, there is absolute value in having the departments staffed together. Now, going into the future, thinking, you know, down the road when there is possibility of building a new fire hall at Station 60, I would propose that the fire chief and the deputy move into that facility. So that will free up the 2 spaces at that team, but that's down the road. So, but that has all been considered, yes. And I mean, happy to, you know, have any suggestions, that's for sure. But we definitely have explored all what we consider to be all the options.
Could you remind us about why moving council meetings into the community center may not be a great idea? I know it's a pain for staff to come back and forth. You know, that's not ideal, but this is a lovely bright space, which could be turned into a number of offices. Could you just talk us through your thinking on that?
Yeah, and we definitely, and again, when we did the past couple of I'm going to say 2 ago, renovations, the big one where we added on. We did do council meetings at the community center, but at that time they weren't live streamed. And so there are many more complications and I'm not going to profess to know all of them because I'm certainly not that IT inclined, but there are many challenges with that, including set up and take down every time. I know Highlands East does that and
they hate
it. And they do. Yeah, it is incredibly challenging. Yeah.
And we couldn't keep the equipment there permanently because of security. Is that the?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah. And I mean, you obviously, then you lose your rental if there was any rentals at that time. You wouldn't be able to book that day at all. And it would take, IT, that time to come set up and take down every time there's a council meeting. I mean, it's not to say it couldn't be done. It can be done. It's just not recommended.
What are thoughts of others?
If I may.
Yep, please.
I think that there has been a lot of thought put into this. I've had several conversations with Angie about this, up until this point, and all alternatives have been looked at. There have been meetings in the community center, and they were far less than stellar. The acoustics are terrible, and I know the experience that Highlands East has had with theirs, and they've wanted to get out of their community center since they first started there. I think that, although I really do not like to see offices with no natural light, I think that Angie and the staff have looked at the best opportunities we have right now. And there will be some opportunities going forward. There will come a time when we're going to have to expand this building. I am reluctant to see us move into the council chambers. We've had discussions about that in the past. And this is kind of like the public room for public meetings. If the public wants to participate or listen in on a contentious issue, I would like to see us retain this room as it is. I think that, given the cost associated with this and that it does meet our immediate needs and even slightly future needs, that it's not a bad plan. It's not great, but it's the best we can do right now.
Okay. I'm satisfied to concur. I think my only request, and I know you can't promise it in advance, but when we do get to that stage where we need to make another substantive change and perhaps build something else, kitchens are so important. And it would be great to reestablish a proper kitchen for staff to meet in and relax in. Kitchens are just central to human life. So I hope that we could accommodate that.
And if I may, I think that we can still accomplish that. It's a smaller space, but the reality is that all of staff, other than, our annual events, we don't congregate in the kitchen. A couple of staff might have lunch together, that kind of thing. They're all staggered lunches. So I think we'll still be able to come, just not in as big a space.
Okay. All right, mover and seconder to accept the recommendations by staff. Councillor Short Reed and Councillor Barry.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the council receives report CO 01225 regarding proposed office renovations submitted by Angie Bird and dated December 11, 2025. And the council supports the recommendations made in the said report and authorizes staff to proceed with the noted office renovations. And finally, that council directs that the renovations be funded from the WSIB rebate.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you.
Just a note, my apologies, my phone syncs with my computer. Couldn't shut it
That's
off.
okay. That is okay. So next we have planning. Welcome.
And we just had that. It's in the bylaws section.
Oh, under administration. Right. So there is there anything that you would like to say about that?
If I may.
Of course, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So You'll see the item on the agenda is the updated cemetery bylaw, so that will become at the bottom. It's adopting the changes. So as of today of the passing of that bylaw, we will be able to offer pre-need at the Green Burial section at St. Stephen's. So that was that the changes in the bylaw reflect that.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you'll just permit me just 1 minute. Childcare here. Okay, thanks, and thank you for your patience. All right. So we have first off, shore road allowance closing, McInnes.
Thank you. Yes, this matters back before council just based on some correspondence that was asked to be on the agenda from Mr. McInnes. I'm happy to report that yesterday afternoon I did connect with Mr. McInnes, and he's since submitted a letter of support to his neighbor's lot line projection, which matched up with his survey. So yeah, there's really no need to address this further unless council has specific questions.
No, I do not. So you have everything you need from us. It's just so is there a resolution associated?
There is,
Okay.
yes. Yeah.
Could you let us know what's in it? And
Yeah,
we'll
of
for her
course.
in a
Yeah.
second.
Be it resolved that council receives report PL 13525 regarding the proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property, part lot 17, concession 4, geographic township of Stanhope, McGinnis, Beach Lake. And the council defer the application until a letter of support has been received regarding the lot line projection between 1314 and 1316 North Shore Road.
And this is still the case. We're still waiting one letter.
So there's one letter that's we're waiting for the other application. We'll still need a letter from Mr. Kerr for Mr. McInnes's, but I assume that will be forthcoming.
So this is an accurate resolution for your needs at the minute.
Yes.
Okay, great. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councilors Barry and Shortreed. Thank you. All in favor? That's carried. Next, there is zoning bylaw amendment, Brazil,
Thank
and the
you.
minutes of settlement.
Yes, this is just coming forward for council's information. So the Ontario Land Tribunal did accept the settlement proposal that was put forward with respect to this matter. So council will see the minutes of settlement are attached, and the draft bylaw that the tribunal accepted and passed.
Any questions for Sean on that? Like we have a mover and a seconder to receive for information. Councilors Shortreed and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that council receives report PL 13625 regarding the rezoning of lands located at part of lot 18, concession 12, geographic township of Sherburne, Brazil, submitted by Sean O'Callahan, dated December 11th, 2025.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now some licenses of occupation. All right. First one being Simmons on Lake of Bays.
Thank you. Yes, this is an application for a license of occupation for a dock that's located across the road from the property in question here. So the application is a complete application in staff's eyes. And it looks like the property would be eligible for a license of occupation. So staff are recommending that it proceed through the regular process. Now, one thing to note, sorry, and council will see this on a later application. The area in question has 3 docks, 2 of which are used by properties that are not directly across the road from the dock. So the policy does allow for 1 dock to be located in that area, and it's for a property that's directly across. So staff are also seeking council direction on having the other 2 docks removed from that area.
And by that, do you mean as a first step, simply requesting the license holder to make those arrangements with his, like what are the steps for that?
So staff would make contact with the property owners who stake claim to those docks and see if they would be voluntarily removed. Should they not be, then it could require additional legal action.
Councillor Richards.
So, can you give me an idea of how far away the other properties are? And do they have shoreline in front of their properties at all that would enable them, and, so the reason they're being asked to remove these docks is because the property that is directly across has asked for a license of occupation?
Yes, so to the first question, the properties, if you go to page 235, it shows the property addresses along Harvey Avenue. Look like that.
On the GIS map.
So the other two docks would belong to number 1068 and 1076, who do not have direct water access because that's where 1071 Harvey Avenue is located.
So the applicant has filed this application knowing the consequences of this.
So the applicant is 1082, so they are directly across the road. So they are aware of what, but they also require a license of occupation or else their structures would need to be removed. So they've made the application to legalize their structures, but unfortunately it does have the consequences of the other structures being now needing to be removed.
Councillor Richards.
And so those property owners are already aware? Or
So I believe not the next application, but the third application council will hear today is one of those property owners. We have not received an application from the third property owner.
I'm satisfied that everyone is aware and the application is before us. So I think that's fairly clear. Yes, Councillor Richards.
I'm sorry, I know it's been a long day, but so 1068 and 1076 don't have water access, so they no longer get to have any docks on the shoreline at all.
That's staff's recommendation, yes.
Mhm. And there's no accommodation we could make for them somewhere else?
Unfortunately, just based on the policy that's in place, it wouldn't fall within any of those parameters for staff to be able to support it.
Angie, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do, because I would caution council in considering that, because the policy that council passed was, and it was intended to be lot line extensions to directly across the road. That's who gets the license of occupation. So council considers, and I understand why they're asking, it's history, they exist, but if council allows that opens, in my opinion, a floodgate. And it's a dangerous road for sure.
Any other questions on the file? Could I have a mover and a seconder then? Councillor Shortreed. Do I have a seconder? I do not see a seconder. So in Councillor Barry.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the council receives report PL 13725 regarding the proposed license of occupation, part lot 29 concession A, geographic township of Sherburne, Simmons, Lake of Bays, Trading Bay. And that council approves in principle application LOC 00124 made to enter into a proposed license of occupation, part of lot 29 concession A, geographic township of Sherburne, Simmons, Lake of Bay, Trading Bay, and that applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the license of occupation procedure. And finally, that council directs staff to take the required actions to have the two unauthorized docks removed from the area subject to the proposed license of occupation.
Before I ask for all in favor, can I just ask for a point of clarification? Is it the township's responsibility to have those docks removed, or is it not the responsibility of the applicant to ensure that they are removed?
So it would be the responsibility of the applicants to have it removed. However, if they fail to remove them in a timely fashion, then it's something the township may have to step in and take legal action to require their removal.
So the wording that's been recommended here assumes that that process would be followed? Okay, that's fine. So all in favor? That's carried. Next is proposed license of occupation McKay on Lake of Bays.
Thank you. Yes, this is actually the next door property to the east of the subject lands that council just discussed on Harvey Avenue. So in this particular case, there is a dock, a crib dock with a seasonal dock extension, landing and a set of stairs. And staff are recommending that the application be approved and they proceed through the regular process to obtain a license of occupation.
Questions? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Shortreed? And I have no seconder. Councillor Barry, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, the council receives report PL 13825 regarding proposed license of occupation, part of Lot 29, Concession A, Geographic Township of Sherburne, McKay, Lake of Bays Trading Bay, and that council approves in principle application AH LOC 00224 made to enter into proposed license of occupation, part of Lot 29, Concession A, Geographic Township of Sherburne, McKay, Lake of Bays Trading Bay. And finally, that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the license of occupation procedure.
All in favor? That is also carried. License of occupation, course, Trading Bay.
Thank you. And this is the application that was received again on Harvey Avenue. This was one of the docks that was not directly in front of the property. And so based on that, staff are recommending this application be denied.
Questions? And I presume this is simply fully consistent with the policy that council has laid out.
That is correct.
No difficulties. May I have a mover and a seconder to that effect? Councillor Shortreed? Looking for a seconder. Councillor Barry. All in favor?
Can we read it? I'll just read the rest.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yep,
That's
yep.
okay. It's okay. Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that council receives report PL 13925 regarding the proposed license of occupation, part of Lot 29, Concession A, Geographic Township of Sherburne, course, Lake of Bays Trading Bay, and the council deny application AH LOC 00324, and finally that council directs staff to take the required action to have the dock removed from the area subject to the proposed license of occupation.
All in favor? That is carried. Final license of occupation, Smith and Gilmore on Cushog.
Thank you. So this is a application for a license of occupation in front of a property on Cushog Lake. One particular thing to note is that there are some structures beyond the dock, stairs, and pump house, which are the only permitted structures under the license of occupation. That would be a log cabin and a dryland boathouse. However, there is within the policy the allowance for those structures to remain and minor repairs to be made to those structures should they be required in the future. So staff are recommending approval in principle of this proposed application.
Any questions or comments? May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Barry.
Moved by Counselor Shortreed, seconded by Counselor Barry. Be it resolved that council receives report PL 14025 regarding the proposed license of occupation, part of Lot 6, Concession 2, Geographic Township of Stanhope, Smith and Gilmore, Cushog Lake, and that council approves in principle application AH LOC 00424 made to enter into a proposed license of occupation, part of Lot 6, Concession 2, Geographic Township of Stanhope, Smith and Gilmore, Cushog Lake. And finally, that the applicants are requested to proceed in accordance with the license of occupation procedure.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And very finally, your planning department, oh no, not even. Second to last, your planning department update from the month, please.
Yes, thank you. Nothing particular to highlight here, but happy to answer any questions.
Questions or thoughts? All right, a motion to receive. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Barry, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council receives planning report PL 14225 regarding November monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That is carried. And finally, the Committee of Adjustment update.
Yes, thank you. This is just the minutes from our previous meeting in November, and happy to answer any questions should council have any.
Questions or comments? Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Barry and Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council receives the November 28, 2025 Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That is carried. Thanks very much, Sean.
Thank you.
Down to external board meetings. Councillor Shortreed, anything on your membership in the health?
Nothing new right now, thank you.
Councillor Richards, Upper Trent Water Management.
Nothing on the Upper Trent or the Muskoka watershed.
And on the Halls Hawk Lake property owners source water protection?
Yes. We had a meeting yesterday, quite a lengthy one. They, as you know, are developing a lake plan and report to identify the risks and threats of water quality, source water protection. They've decided to reduce the scope to Halls Lake only as opposed to the Halls and Hawks in an effort to mitigate the amount of work involved in this. But they will certainly be using what they learned from Halls to develop a education plan for the entire community. So at this point, they have worked on mapping and identifying the surrounding threats. And yesterday's meeting was basically a confirmation of everyone agreeing to what those threats are. With the next meeting being to develop actions to mitigate those threats. So more to follow.
Great, thank you. Questions for Councillor Richards? Mayor Danielson, any news from the OPP board, detachment board?
No, we will be having our next meeting in January.
Thank you. I have nothing to report from the library board, apart from we've opened a call for a new public member to the board, and that is currently open. So if anyone, any of our adoring fans listening in would like to apply, now is the time. I do not have an update on the community safety and well-being plan, nor do I have an update on Muskoka River watershed. Mayor, would you like to make any comments regarding County Council?
Yes, and I'll try to keep it fairly brief. County Council's last two meetings have been focused entirely on the budget, and I am pleased to say that they have passed their budget for next year. The overall percent increase is comprised of three components: basically operations, a capital levy of 1.5% and a new 0.5% levy for what I would call health, which is really community safety and well-being, physician recruitment, and any other funding that we have to disperse with respect to health. We started out, with those three components over 10%, 10.5. There was some pretty serious scrutiny given by, we no longer have a finance committee, but by the liaison members who are Councillors Feary and Carter. Interestingly enough, the challenge there is that both Councillors Feary and Carter have strong mayor's powers, and they also have a weighted vote should they decide to use it. They made recommendations to take $500,000 out of sustainable road infrastructure. We've been trying to build up a fund given the infrastructure gap that we're all facing. Anyway, they have put that off. The most contentious recommendation that they made, and the council did ultimately agree to, was to remove just over $300,000 from the library's levy, or what the library's request. This came about because the library over a number of years have created a reserve, let's call it a reserve, based on a number of surpluses that they've had. For a number of reasons, they've had surplus. What will happen is that the library will be able to operate as they proposed for the year, but they will have to take a pretty serious look at how they go forward. Hey, look at the number of libraries, the number of programs that they've got. There was, there was a lot of disappointed folks associated with the reduction to the library. And a lot of discussion took place. There was at least one, maybe two special meetings by the library board. But there was no agreement to make a counter proposal, which is unfortunate. At any rate, the library will have sufficient time to do some planning for subsequent years, because if county council continues in this vein in subsequent years, the library is going to have to do some really serious thinking. So a lot of planning to do. The other items that came under consideration were that there was a proposed full-time GIS position and a proposed full-time
Is this the grants position?
grant writing position, and what county council decided to do was to use the GIS position as a short-term permanent position, or short-term casual position, to see how it worked, and to contract the a grant writing position for now, which reduced the costs a certain amount. So basically what they've landed at for general operations is 4.38% plus 1.5% for the capital levy, plus 0.5% for the health levy. So it's relatively good news, with the exception of the library, and there are going to be some challenges there and some work to be done. At any rate, it's been adopted as of yesterday.
Yes, Madam CAO.
Just to add to that, Madam Mayor, is it's my understanding that the GIS position is to be funded 50% by county and 50% by the lower tiers.
The lower tiers.
Most of the lower tiers.
That's correct. And yeah, I know that there will be, obviously there's going to be an impact on us and the other lower tiers. But I think, looking at it from this perspective right now, we'll come out not too challenging a position.
Thank you for that summary. Any questions on that? All right, seeing none. I see we haven't had no notices of motions filed. So correspondence, has there been any correspondence? No. And we've had our closed session.
need to receive the correspondence.
Oh, thank you. You know, it's only been 7 years. Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence? Councillor Barry, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council received the December 11, 2025 correspondence listing for information.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And we are down to bylaws. So could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the bylaws? Councillors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved that the following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed the corporate seal if fixed. 2025-97, a bylaw to provide the rules and regulations for the Township of Algonquin Highlands cemeteries. 2025-114, to amend bylaw 2022-49 as amended, being the comprehensive zoning bylaw of the Township of Algonquin Highlands application ZBA 00625. 2025-115, to authorize an agreement with Camus, Inc. 2025-116, to authorize an agreement with the Automotive Stewardship Inc. 2025-117, to authorize amending agreements with Circular Materials Ontario. 2025-118, to authorize agreement with Product Care Association of Canada. 2025-119, to stop up, close, and convey part of Shore Road Allowance Dawson. 2025-120, a bylaw to set fees and charges for the Township of Algonquin Highlands.
All in favor? That is carried. A mover and a seconder for the confirmatory bylaw. Councillor Shortreed, Councillor Richards.
And I would
Moved by-
like, sorry, I would like before we adjourn, just to make a brief comment, but I'll let you go ahead with the confirmatory bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-121, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its regular meeting on December 11, 2025, be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal fixed.
All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Madam Mayor.
Just briefly, I want to thank you all for the attention that you've given to our business today. It has been an extremely fulsome meeting and challenging in some ways. And I also want to wish all of you an extremely Merry Christmas. You are all a pleasure to work with and for. And I mean council and all of our staff. And just extend best holiday wishes to all of our listening public. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mayor. Motion to adjourn, please. Councillors Richards and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that the December 11, 2025 regular meeting is hereby adjourned at 5:23 p.m.
All in favor? That is carried. Thanks again, one and all.